Representative Walters. Representatives Juanes or Dave.
Here.
Senator Anderson. Senator Guru.
Here.
Senator Kinski. Senator Salazar. Co-Chairman Nicholas. Chairman Nethercott. Mr. Chairman, or Madam Chairman, you have a quorum.
We appreciate the state engineer being here today, and while we're getting a few feathers ruffled out, Director Gephardt, if you'd like to go ahead and make your opening comments, and we'll get started.
Good morning, and thank you for sitting here and listening to our budget discussion, and thanks for having us. My name is Brandon Gephardt. I am the state engineer. To my left is Jack Morey. He is the deputy state engineer. And to my right is Kristen Baker. She is our CFO. And then in the audience, we have a bench of experts that if needed, we can bring them up for questions. But I won't introduce everybody at this time. But that's my introduction.
So, Director Gephardt, what we've been doing is to date is if you'd just take us starting with your first unit and division, and just walk us through page by page so we can see your standard budget request as well, and then we'll address the exception requests as we come by them there as well, and we can ask and you can any questions that we might have. Is that acceptable to you?
Perfectly fine, Mr. Vice Chair. A couple of things that I would like to start off with, if it's okay. On page 12, just an explanation of what is general funded and what is special funded or other funded. The summary on page 12, the totals, you can see that about 14,700,000 is general fund, and slightly over 17 million is other funds. I will point out that the other funds consist of the Board of Control, which is funded out of Water One, but also the Board of Professional Engineers and Land Surveyors is special revenue, as well as the Board of Examining Water Well or drilling contractors and water well pump installation contractors. Both of those divisions are special revenue. Their funds are created by licensing fees and dues to fund those two divisions of our agency. And then I would also take just a second on page 13, just to identify a couple of linked, if you will, exception requests. So this is the summary table, and I was just pointing out that as we go through this, I just want to point out that priorities 4, 5, and 6 are all kind of intertwined in our exception request. So I was just making that point before we get going.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Chairman, on page, get my notes, page 15 is our administration division. We've got 6 authorized positions for that. That includes the state engineer, the deputy, and our fiscal accounting department. Under that division, we've got 1 exception request, and that is on page 17. And Mr. Chairman, as I explained, some of those intertwined items that associate with the request to move Board of Control out of Water One. This is associated with that. And what it is it's an amount of moving about 58,000. And what that funds right now is a portion of the state engineer and the CFO salaries, that if that were to move, that would go with that. The next division is on page 25. This is our groundwater division. This is authorized for 16 employees. There are no exception requests for this division. The next division is 0300. This is the surface water division on page 31. That's organized into two units. One unit is the surface water, kind of the permitting side of things. And this also houses our dam safety program. The dam safety program is authorized one position. I did receive a question as to how those inspections are done. So the dam safety program, and we've kind of expanded it. We've kind of incorporated a vacant position in our surface water. So we've actually created another position to help with our dam safety inspections and dam safety program. So we actually have two people assisting in that program now, both PEs. I think we just filled one just the other day. So we're excited about that. But there's also a component in the Board of Control where our field staff will go out and do dam inspections to help our dam safety program. Those inspections that they do in the field are the low hazard dams. So the high hazard dams, the ones that have more potential for risk of a failure or risk of health and safety, if a failure were to occur, is done by our dam safety professionals. And then the field staff will investigate, inspect some of those lower hazard dams to help out our program. So that would take, that discussion covers Division 300 and 302. The next division is Division 400. That's our Board of Control on page 38. We've got two exception requests under this division. We'll start on page 43. And if you remember, this is a result of some of the discussion we had last year. There was an effort to move the funding of our Board of Control division, which is currently funded out of Water Development Account 1, to general fund. At that time, this body suggested that we come back through the regular budget session and make the request through the budget process. So that is what this request is and why it's coming up today. And so what this would do is move about 15.7 million that funds our Board of Control division out of Water 1 into the general fund. I would also point out that in doing so, there are these other, I mentioned the salaries. There are some other things that we'll talk about. They're all tied to moving all of that, all of the SEO funding out of Water 1. And so that's 3 or 4 of our exception requests. So part of this the reasoning behind it is to have Water 1 fund water projects, and then the general fund funding the state engineer's office. From a practical standpoint, I wouldn't say that we're lacking any funding, but it would create some efficiencies in our accounting. Potentially, we have some examples where we try to reorganize. I'll bring up one example, and specifically, we've got people in the field that some are funded from general fund divisions and some are funded from Water 1 through the Board of Control. They do very similar types of functions, although slightly different. But we have an example where we have a vacancy and we've filled that internally, and they've changed from one being funded from Water 1 and one being funded from Board of Control or from general fund. And so being able to reorganize under one funding source would provide a little bit of efficiencies. That's just one example of some of that. And then the accounting, I know that water development has to do some budget closeout type of things with the different funding sources. And Kristen Kristen has to do minor differences, but it would just create a little bit more flexibility in the agency, and especially specifically accounting, and if we talk about reorganization. So that were some examples.
So if you had, Director Gephardt, if you had in Border Control, and Jason or Christine, whoever could answer this, if Border Control had a vacancy, they're funded out of one. If they had a vacancy and part of those funds were not used, then of course that would revert back into Water One. Am I trailing that accurately? But it would stay within Water One. Okay. Thank you.
That's correct. Any other questions on that exception?
Questions? Kevin?
Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to have this placed on the record, because if you turn to page 46 and you go to the very bottom of it, you'll see the cost allocation. This is a special revenue currently. Special revenue funds get cost allocated. If you shift this to general funds, then we will no longer cost allocate. All that would be doing is billing the left pocket to the right pocket. So if the intent and the final action is to move this back to general funds, then you could reduce the general fund amount by that 997,558. So the request then would be the budget amount would be 15,828,530. That's just taking the statewide cost allocation out of the special revenue. And I brought that to the attention of LSO.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Vice Chair, I think it'd be useful if Don would kind of explain where these dollars come from now. You know, that they come out of below the cap in the first $250 million that we received, how much that is, and how long that process has been in place. Don, can you kind of give us a little primer on these dollars?
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman. To preface my remarks, I do agree with State Budget Department. If you choose to fund this with general funds, we don't put a cost allocation. We don't charge the general fund for general fund expenses, so that could be removed. Relative to the revenue sources for the water accounts, there are three primary sources. The first of which is the severance taxes, which come in under the $155 million annual cap, not including PMTF or the 1% severance tax. The second revenue source is the repayment of loans. And the third revenue source is interest income earned on the balance of the three water accounts. So those are the three primary revenue sources. I don't have my exact dates here, so if either the Water Development Office or the state engineer wish to correct me, feel free to do so, and I will defer. But the original, is my understanding, the original funding for the Board of Control was through the water accounts. It was then shifted to the general funds, approximately 1990. I could be off on that. It was funded with general funds through, I believe, 2016. After 2016, it was shifted during the budget reductions. It was shifted back to the Water One. And I, just for your recollections, back to 2016, not everyone was here. The legislature took a similar approach to many agencies. You will recall the Game and Fish, WYDOT, Board of Tourism, all had shifts off of their off of general funds and to their quote unquote own revenue sources. So this was a package with those other entities. And I certainly would defer if I missed the date on those original appropriations.
And Don, on the severance taxes and loan repayments, how much money is that biannually? 110, 100, I forget what the number is. Go ahead, you can, yeah, We can get help from the.
Mr. Chairman, just real quick, the severance tax for water one is 19.3 million per year. And that's the account that would serve this particular appropriation. But for background, water two is 3.3 million per year and water three is 800,000 per year. When you include the other revenue sources, meaning loan repayments and interest, the total revenue for the water one account is approximately $35 million
Per year.
per year, or per biennium.
That sound right?
Mr. Chairman, I would agree with that. So on an annual basis, well, the per biennium for account one doesn't quite say with interest earned. We typically would say or project about $1 million to $1.5 million of interest per year on account one. So from the 19.3 million from the mineral severance tax distribution plus another $1 million to $1.5 million, so about 20.3, 21, somewhere in there.
So biannually, you have roughly how much income per year?
In account one, Mr. Chairman, that would be about 40 to 42 million.
And then count two and three?
Account two, the severance distribution would be 3.3 and roughly about 500,000, I believe, in interest. So 3.5 to 4 million per year, so around 7 to 8 per biennium. And then account three is $775,000 in interest, or I'm sorry, in severance distribution. So what is that, $1.5 million per biennium? And there we have a pretty large active balance, so we get more in interest income.
So roughly, let's just say roughly 52 per biennium.
Sure.
I think it's important, perhaps Jason or Don, in the conversation, those distinct what we do with each of those accounts, because we're pulling border control out of water one, and we use water one for kind of a specific thing. We use water two for a separate thing. We use water three, yet additionally separate. And so if maybe we could elaborate on that a little bit, and just for the sake of this whole conversation, so then if you have 19.3 coming in the traditional water one funds, and then we're taking 15 of that out for administration of border control. And so what does that do to water one or in that
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, it's easiest for me to think in years, like 1 year at a time. So water development account one is our new development account. So we're looking at, say, a new storage tank for a municipality, transmission lines. On the ag side, maybe it's a diversion. Water account two is rehabilitation. So it's infrastructure that's 15 years or older. So it might be rehabilitation of some of those things I talked about, putting ditch into pipe. On the agricultural side, replacing diversions. And then account three is dams and reservoirs, and that's for new reservoirs that are 2,000 acre feet or larger, or enlargements of existing reservoirs. One thing I would say, so if you kind of just run the numbers, 19.3 million in account two per year through the mineral severance tax. Our budget for our office is roughly 4.5 million. So that's about 20% of that 19.3. Then you look at all the other non-project impacts. So border control per year, roughly 7.8 million. We have some interstate streams funding that comes out of our program. Department of Ag, we help pay for water quality work through conservation districts, which accounts to about 330,000 a year. And then we have the drinking water SRF match on the capitalization grant from EPA to the tune of about 1.3 million per year. So you add all those up, and outside of our budget, that adds up to about 9.6 million, which is roughly 40% of what we started with in account one. Border control alone is a third of that 19.3 million. So all the non-project, you take all that out and you have roughly $5.1 million to do projects. And then you add up all of our other accounts, account 2 and 3, you have about $9.1 million per year for projects, which is about a little less than 40% of where we started if you combine all 3 accounts for a year.
Mr. Chairman, and for Director Gephardt or Kevin or Don, or who are for the Water One projects, has the agency also received sort of significant other appropriations, either directly from the legislature or through various federal funds, ARPA and whatnot? What's the scope of that been like over the past, say, 3 or 4 years of just other sources of funding for water projects?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Stith, there have been some ARPA funding for projects that would have typically come to our program. I don't know the exact dollar amounts for those, but through the water and sewer ARPA projects through state lands, there have been some relief for our program. Other than that, like I believe last year there was $6 to $7 million put into account 1 to kind of as a one-time replacement for Border Control. And I think that's the majority of it.
So, Dawn, when you noted at the origination of border control or water, when we originally border control come out of Water One, was that specifically just border control? Jason, Director Mead's talking about the other components that are in their budget now. So were those added in, were those always part of that allocation coming from Water One, or was it just specifically border control? Do you know?
Mr. Chairman, it's my belief that the contribution to the DEQ or the Clean Water Drinking Act has been made from Water One as far as I recall.
Okay, thank you. Further questions?
So, Madam Co-Chair. So I think one of the issues in the way that this evolved back in 2016, because it was this committee that basically took the steps of funding the border control through these special dollar revenues. And part of the reason is because basically no other government agency has dollars that come in below the cap automatically, below the 150. So you get the money first before anybody else. And so we put water on a pedestal in a unique place so that it would always get funded no matter what happened to a certain amount. But then the question was, when we were doing our through our economic times when they were getting tougher, we said, well, it's probably not entirely fair to have water always have money when nobody else has any money. And so like water projects are critically important, probably on the top of everybody's priority in the legislature. And so our thinking was, look, if we want to fund water projects, we ought to fund it the same way we fund every other agency's projects. And it ought to be more of a balanced approach to say, okay, if we're going to build a dam over here, then let's find the money and build a dam. If we're going to build roads over in Laramie County, we'll appropriate it. And so we were just trying to balance the perspectives on who gets what and how we allocate our dollars out based upon need versus automatic appropriations versus non-automatic appropriations. And that's the crux of the issue. Like I say, I don't know, I've never been on the floor when water didn't win, when it was a battle between who's going to get the dollars. With this mechanism and with this proposal, you win before you win. And so that, I think that's part of the issue that at least that I've had with not funding this agency out of those under the cap dollars. So just as a background to the committee and we've gone back and forth on this probably every year, 4 or 5 times in the last 14 years.
Thank you for that background, Co-Chairman. Mr. Richards?
Madam Chairman, members of the committee, I've had a chance to review the history a little bit in more detail. And if I could correct my prior statement, in the 1980s, it was primarily on general funds. In the 1990s, it did switch to Water One. It switched back to general funds in 2005. And then it has switched back to water funds beginning in 17-18. So a little bit more detail there. It's gone back and forth, but I believe I previously said 80s and 90s were the same and they were different. General fund in the 80s, water funds in the 90s.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Richards. Representative Larson?
So Don, prior to the eighties, or is that when border control was started? So prior to the eighties?
Well, Madam Chairman, members of the committee, I only can go back to the 80s primarily because of the source of severance taxes was not present before that. I don't know. I believe the Board of Control has been in existence much longer than that, but that severance tax revenue stream was initiated in the late 70s.
Okay, thank you.
History of the Board of Control? You can. What, do you know when that was started?
It was established in the Constitution, so it's been around since statehood.
You seem like you knew with your shaking of your head. Any additional questions right now on this topic? Representative Stitt?
Mr. Chairman, and I just want to maybe ask Jason or somebody if we could get a little more specific, because it's a big policy question that we talk about every year. Just to get an order of magnitude of how much other money water projects have gotten in the past 4 or 5 years, because I think it's a big number. I think it's not very precise, but
Mr.
I know we
Chairman,
did through ARPA and through direct appropriation, I think for the Goshen Irrigation District, I think we put in $20-some million for that, just to get a sense for how much other funding there's been. Thank you.
yeah,
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Stiff. So in addition, if we're talking outside of account one, there was a supplemental water development funding bill in 2022. There was roughly a little less than $22 million put into that from LISRA, if I remember correctly, for the GID tunnels, $30 million for LaPrelle Dam, and $25 million to purchase additional storage in Fontenelle Reservoir to protect against curtailment water users within Wyoming. And then I believe last year, and I think I mentioned this already, $30 million into account 3 dams and reservoirs. And that account is drawing down quite a bit. So to get additional reservoirs, as we all know, reservoirs are quite expensive. So I apologize, I don't have the ARPA number. I would guess it's 10 million, $5 million range. Because some of those projects are water and sewer projects or stormwater projects, so they wouldn't qualify under our program. Typically, it would just be the water projects and specifically transmission lines and not distribution within towns.
Senator Guru?
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. Jason, good morning. Let's talk about the future. If we do this and we take the board and control back and put it on the general fund, what will that do to Water One's financial picture going forward versus not doing it? Well, so if we don't do it, what does that do over the next couple of years with Water One's funding source? It's going to grow, of course, but I mean, if we don't do it, just give us a picture of that as a goal.
Director?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Gru, Madam Chairman. It helps. Having that additional funding in there helps the water development program, but the demand on the program is way outweighing the funding, and it will still outweigh the funding even if we get Board of Control back. For example, this year we had roughly $18 million because we appreciate that infusion of funding last year into account one. $18 million across the program, and we had $46 million of requests. And in the past, we've been able to provide 67% grants to communities and agricultural districts. This year, we had to drop that to 50%. We're also looking at phasing projects because if you're ready, you have a shovel-ready project now, we want to get that project built because we don't know what's going to happen next year. It may be more expensive, maybe cheaper. It's hard to, the trend has been, it just keeps getting more expensive. So we've been phasing projects where we do pre-construction now, get our easements in place. We're not holding up construction dollars. Come back when you're ready for construction. So I guess my answer is it helps, but we have not met the demand. Demand's going to continue to increase. We've got irrigation infrastructure that's 75+ years old that needs to be modernized and to keep up with municipalities, and both for existing demand as well as growth into the future. It's just going to continue to be a larger demand into the future with inflation.
Follow-up?
Yes, so what I'm hearing you say, and Representative Stith was talking about, we put a, through ARPA dollars, federal money that we've gotten, as the governor called it, the tornado of federal dollars that we've received. A lot of it's gone to water, and we've allocated a lot of, you have, OSLI has through the SLIB board. But yet this Water One account is pivotal because that's where all small projects and new projects start with its reconnaissance phase. So that's, going forward, this is where the action is, and we've got a lot more demand left. That's what I'm hearing.
Mr. Chairman, I would agree with that. Evidenced by the amount of applications state lands received for that water and sewer way outweighed the funding that was available.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Larson?
So, Director Mead or Director Gephardt, I want to go back a little bit to the funding history and we note that it's in the Constitution. Border Control is created in the Constitution, so it's statehood. Mr. Richards points out that this wonderful infusion of funds through the severance tax didn't start until the 70s. So from statehood to the 70s, how was Board of Control funded?
Director?
Madam Chair, Representative Larson, it's my understanding that it was always funded out of the general fund.
Madam Chairman, and Jason, you might have history on those projects. So during that time, you reflected on going back 75 years or so of this infrastructure. Prior to this severance tax diversion, I would make the assumption that we didn't always have the funds to do a lot of these projects. So how did these projects that we see, irrigation projects, municipal infrastructure, how was that funded then prior to the creation of Water One?
Director? Madam
I
Chairman?
apologize, Madam Chairwoman. So the Water Development Mission was actually created in 1979. Before that, I don't know exactly how water projects were funded. However, really starting in the early 80s, I think mineral severance distribution taxes were used to fund federal or water projects through, it was called DPAD before it was called water development. And if I've got a history here of water account 1 and 2 appropriations, I guess, from the mineral severance distribution account. And even back in 1982, it was 19.7 million or 2 million in account 2. So really it's been stagnant. That would have been a lot of money back in 1982 and a lot of projects getting done. But as you can tell, those revenues have not increased. They've just remained stagnant. Of course, inflation since 1982 has gone up quite a bit. So our buying power is just.
Follow up, Madam Chairman.
Follow-up.
I guess it appears, Madam Chairman, and kind of the question that I'm asking is, it appears to me that we've had a policy change since creation of statehood, where probably from that point up to the time we started receiving severance distribution in the late 70s and 80s, the policy probably was, or the role of state was that as municipalities and irrigation districts wanted these type of projects, they figured out a way to get funding outside of the state, whether it be bonding or loans or whatever. This has created a great opportunity to reduce that burden on municipalities and other entities that have water projects. Is our policy now then that it's the role of the state to fund the majority of water and infrastructure projects across the state?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, Madam Chairwoman, Representative Larson, as you go back in history, of course, that infrastructure would have been newer. So as it ages, then there's more of a need to modernize it or fix it or upgrade it or what have you, but and costs keep getting higher. I think labor would have been cheaper back then than it is now, but yeah, I think municipalities and agriculture have been helped by the state funding that's provided by water development, and it, I guess, prevents that from being deferred maintenance into the future and becoming an issue as an emergency issue to try to maintain that. I don't know that agriculture could modernize their systems today based on crop prices and everything else and still stay in business. And on the municipal side of things, we see electrical rates going up, obviously, property taxes going up. If we put that burden back on municipalities, of course, water rates are going to go up. And the cost of living generally for the folks that live in those municipalities continue to go up. So
Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Representative Henderson?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So I was wondering if you could just look prospectively, and you just talked about it a bit, in terms of potential revenue increases. But are there opportunities within everything that the department is doing with regard to revenue for considering or modeling locations where we know we have needs and growing demand and aged infrastructure, and develop a more targeted plan in combination with the revenue and the cost? I'm asking, for example, permitting. Are there potential opportunities for increased revenue related to permitting, that could be timed more appropriately so that the burden on locations would not be as significant?
Director?
Madam Chairwoman, Representative Henderson, I'm not quite sure I understand the question, but I would say we go through a planning process with a lot of the communities within our state to put together a roadmap for them to help them understand what are the bottlenecks in their existing system, what infrastructure needs to be replaced, a prioritized list of work that needs to be done to keep their system in good repair. And then they tend to follow that into the future and start with hopefully the highest priority projects. And when we get projects in for construction applications, we're looking at that and reviewing their master plans and understanding, are they trying to fix their needs and not their wants? The other thing I would mention is bipartisan infrastructure law and federal funding. We've got a great emphasis on our office to leverage as much federal funding as possible because we're trying to live within our means with our limited funding. Our demands continue to increase. So our staff is working to include that in our scopes of work, in our planning studies, to where we're not just saying, hey, there's these different pots of money out there. We're saying this project would match up with that pot of money. Here's the information sponsor that you're going to need to apply for that funding. We're trying to work with the Bureau of Reclamation on projects in the Colorado River Basin and be a conduit to provide that federal money for conservation projects. So we're really trying to leverage federal money and make that go as far as possible. And that's part of the reasoning of the 50% grants this year, is to try to maximize as much as possible that federal funding and kind of force the hand of our sponsors to look at that before they look to us.
Representative Stith?
Madam Chairman, I think this is a really important policy discussion to have. And to me, one of the big pictures is the proposal essentially is to move something back onto the general fund. And I appreciate the inflation argument, because 15% of $155 million of severance tax, or $23 million per year that you get, in real terms, that money does go down over time. So that's purchasing power is much less than it was. So that's an interesting policy point. The other policy point, big picture, is that coal provides about 15% of our general fund right now. 10 years from now, it's unlikely to still be providing 15% of our general fund. And so our trend has been to try to get things off the general fund, tourism, for example. And if I add up the numbers from before, what we've put in since 2022, the amount of water projects we've funded, if we have 20 for Goshen Irrigation District, 30 million for dams, 25 for Fontenelle, and and $50 million in ARPA for water and sewer. That's $105 million that we funded for water, including sewer, since 2022. That's a pretty big number. So I guess there's something for us to, it's not just an accounting entry. It's kind of a big policy discussion. So, Mr. Mead, to make this a question, can you tell me, of the water development funds, what's the rough split now between, say, what I think of as rural ag uses for that and municipal projects? Is it about a 50-50 split, or is it tilted more toward one or the other?
Director?
Madam Chairwoman, Representative Sist, I would say in the past several years, we've had to transfer funds from account 1 to account 2 because rehabilitation, taking care of what we already have, has been such a high priority for us. So with those transfer of funds, I would say it's roughly on the 50-50 municipal versus ag path. The other thing I might just add in, since you were throwing out some of the numbers of infusion of funds into the program, if you look back at when Board of Control was taken out of account 1, that during the 90s and then again since 2017, that's been about $1 million or $100 million worth of diversions from account 1 as well. So just as food for thought.
Representative Larson?
Thanks, Madam Chairman. I agree with Representative Stitt. This is really an important policy decision we're trying to make. And one of the conversations or the question that always goes through my mind is what's the role of the state? And hence some of the questions that I've had thus far. And Jason, is in your last comments to my questions, you noted that the cost increases over time, which I think if you'd have been here and if we had been having this conversation in the 30s and the 40s, we'd have had that same argument. It's always expensive to do these types of things. As we've watched the ARPA dollars go out for infrastructure, stormwater, domestic water, those sorts of things, one of the common things that we've seen at the SLIB meetings is municipalities, and particularly perhaps not charging their water and sewer fees at a level that allows them to maintain or improve infrastructure. So my question is, in trying to figure out what the role of the state is, and as we're trying to decide, are we, as you noted, my question to you is it not reasonable to expect that if a municipality wants to improve or replace infrastructure, that really, should we not expect that they have responsibility in doing that, or you feel like that burden should be shifted to the state?
Director?
Mr. Chairman, Madam Chairwoman, Representative Larson, that's a good question. I think obviously these communities need to have skin in the game. And if it came right down to it, I think they would be able to fund the essential items. Now, when I say that, every community is different in the demographics of the community. Some are more retirement communities and fixed incomes and things of that nature. So do I think it would get modernized before it became an emergency or something went down? I tend to doubt it. Some of the larger communities have more of that capability just because they have more staff and more population to draw from when it comes from water rates. Some of our smaller communities, again, don't have that capability. So they have become dependent, I think, on state government to help them do that. But that in turn protects beneficial use of water in Wyoming and protects our water rights, and it props up the economies in Wyoming. So I think it's been a good thing too to provide that assistance.
Thank you.
Mr. Co-Chairman?
So two different things. One, my recollection is that there was a time, particularly with Water One and in part in Water Two, that there wasn't a review system. of prioritizing the projects as they came to you. Basically, it was first in line, first in right to get a project paid for.
No
We
pun
had-
intended.
And we had enough money that basically you lined up and eventually just about everything got paid for. And that's my recollection of days gone by. You talk about now that you've got a lot more projects out there than you have money for. And so I think it would be useful for us just to understand that history of how many projects have been applied for the past 15 or 20 years. I mean, just a concise, so we understand what the issue is, if it's changing on your horizon in terms of the number of Water 1 and Water 2 projects that are out there and the cost of them. So if we can see that demonstratively, so we have a better understanding and a grip on it, I think that would be useful. And so Don, the other thing that I think would be useful is same thing, going back about to the early 2000s, I'd like to see how much money Water 1, Water 2, and Water 3 has received through direct appropriation and by project for water in all water dollars over the past 20 years, because I think it's substantial. I think it's in the realm of $200 or $300 million. But we just need to know what those dollars are. Once again, because we're talking about this on a macro scale, we have to have enough information in our pockets to make rational decisions and cogent arguments. So, thank you.
So a request for information from Mr. Co-Chair. Director, do you have that information readily available relating to the first question regarding what's been appropriated in the last 15 years for the types of specific projects?
Madam Chairwoman, I believe we have some of that information, but I'd prefer to bring it back in more of a concise manner or provide it to the committee through an email. It would probably be easier.
Senator Anderson?
Madam Chairman, since the Water Development Office is next up, I would propose we get back to the state engineer's presentation and get done with it. I'm about to drown in the weeds over here.
I got a straw.
There is that, and Senator Anderson is correct. I think it is exciting to go to the policy questions that we have to make and focus in there. So there is a budget presentation in front of us.
Madam Chair,
We'll discuss the policy later. Senator Kinski?
before we do that, I did want to put a request into the agency. And my very first meeting, there was some discussion about why does everybody come to us first? And the answer was because we're the easiest to deal with as opposed to federal grants and other grants. And there's been discussion over the years about how you might make your dollars go further, especially vis-a-vis water projects for municipalities who do have the power to raise their rates. And so I'd like to get a report back on when you receive a grant app, do you examine their rates relative to the rates of all other municipalities or entities that are applying? Do you require that they have a financial plan that shows that in the long run, they're on a track to eventually get to where they can pay for their maintenance? Do you require that they show that they have a plan to build their reserves? And then finally, do you have any requirement that you want to see them apply for other programs for which they might be eligible before they seek you? Thank you.
Just take a minute, let that percolate, let the director write all those questions down. Let's get back to the budget presentation. Sounds like really great interim topic material, committee. Look forward to seeing that submission. Please continue with the budget presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We will continue on with our Board of Control division. And the second exception under the Board of Control is on page 44 of our budget book. This request is for equipment replacement for aging equipment and specifically to our stream gauging network that we have. We're a part of 7 interstate compacts and 3 decrees in our state. As part of that, we have obligations to not only defend our water use, but also to ensure that we're in compliance with those decrees and compacts. And as part of that, these stream gauges are very important in our mission to abide by that, but as well as our annual administration. And so this is just equipment replacement for components in our network that are aging. And then specifically, what is happening is the cellular technology keeps evolving and changing. And so some of our equipment that we use to transmit that data real time is becoming obsolete. And so this request is for just slightly under 1.1 million to replace multiple sites, equipment around multiple sites around the state for our stream gauging network that we manage. And I would stop for any questions.
Questions on priority number 9, committee? Senator Guru?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director, this money that you have appropriated for this, how do you get these gauges? How do you replace them? Do you put out a bid package for this? Is it just a company that you're dealing with now and this is a new version of that? Walk me through that.
So
If approved,
Madam,
how that works.
Madam Chair, Senator Gru, I believe that a lot of this equipment, it seems to work better if they're all the same components, interchangeable, and so I think that there is a preference for certain technologies that we would use, whether multiple manufacturers make and utilize that, but it's the technology that would have to be consistent. So I think it kind of varies in what would be bid out or just purchased.
Madam Chair.
Oh,
But I see on page 45, you've got an ETS number, approval number. So you've worked with them on this?
Madam Chair, absolutely, Senator Gru.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
all right, please continue.
Okay. So that wraps up Board of Control. The next division is 500 support services, beginning on page 48. There are 4 exception requests for this. The first is on page 50. And to me, this is a very important exception request. Our e-permit system, which is a multi-function, it's kind of the backbone of our permitting and our water right database storage. So this is a program that does multiple things. We run all of our permitting processes through that, so people can apply through this website, if you will. They can make their permit application, and then the permit itself follows through the process of all the approvals and reviews within this e-permit system. This e-permit system also houses digitally all of the water right records we have. I think it's to the tune of 10 million documents that we have within e-permit. When e-permit was originally developed, it was specifically designed and made and coded. The company that did that, and we had a maintenance contract through 2019, that contract, the contractor is no longer around. So to make changes is very tough for us. It's very specific coding, and we do not have that expertise. It's very difficult to find that expertise. So we have been working with ETS on a replacement for this platform. And currently we have been working with ETS to develop an RFP to go out and try to figure out what could replacement be. I think they're finding that other states have similar types of things. So I think the shift would be for a replacement that would be more modernized and probably easier to change and manipulate, as well as interfaces for the users would be improved. So the total exception request to replace our e-permit is just under 2.9. Of that, it's estimated that about 2 million of it would be for the actual contracting for somebody to set up the new platform. We've got some money from ETS to manage the project and assist and kind of incorporate it into their program. And then the third item under this exception request would be a maintenance agreement. This would be an ongoing. I will point out that the governor's office recommended this exception request for a one-time funding. I just wanted to point out that a portion of that would need to be ongoing. And that would be the maintenance agreement to have the support services behind it. So I think that's something that we could work out, and that totals about 432,000, and I believe that's an estimate at this time. We're not sure what that long-term maintenance contract would be. We're still trying to develop the RFP to find somebody to build us something, is where we're at right now. Any questions on that exception?
Representative Larson?
So Director Gephardt, on across agencies from Department of Construction and schools and others, we've kind of been shifting to this policy of not advertising how much we have in our budget when we go out to an RFP. And so I don't have the answer on this, but we may work to try and conceal that amount somehow. I understand. I'm fully supportive of that. I just want to be careful that we don't say that we've got $2 in the pot and we know what the bid will come in at. So as you see, maybe in markup or something, some language that's the intent behind that, is to try and allow for that RFP process to come back with a fair proposal for the state, not based upon totally upon what we appropriated, if that makes sense.
Madam Chair, Representative Larson, that does make sense, and thank you for that. I will be more quiet in what we're asking for.
Madam Chair.
Representative Walters?
Madam Chair, thank you. Just to the point about the 432,000 needing to be ongoing, it notes on the table on page 54 that is ongoing. So is the table correct? And this is Norbert. Yeah.
Madam Chairman,
Director Hibbard?
thank you. The director said it briefly, and I'm just going to give a little bit of history on this. For a long time, we built these budgets and we put this ongoing as an estimate, and it went into 292. And perhaps the project was never delivered, but they have a standard budget now. So what we'd like to do is get this stood up, come back, and as the director said, this is an estimate, and know what the real number is for the ongoing maintenance of this. So it's by intent that we want to do this one time and then come back to successful implementation with the knowledge of what the real maintenance fees are going to be for the ongoing standard budget portion of this.
Follow.
Follow.
So following up, then the table then on page 54 wouldn't be correct, because it's showing that in 292 maintenance and service, there's a $432,000 amount in there, and then the request on page 51 is for the $2.89 million, the full value of the entire project, including the maintenance agreement. So which is correct? And based on your description, I'm more confused after your description than I was prior to, Director Hibbard.
Madam Chairman, I believe I can answer that. Representative Walters, you're correct. The 292 is traditionally an ongoing object. But we are recommending that for this particular request, make that one time. But traditionally, if you would see a request for the 292 category, we would consider that ongoing.
So, sorry, Madam Chair.
Follow up, you're good.
Yeah, I'm starting to track slightly, but now we go back to the total value of the project at 2.8 million, 2.89 million, including the maintenance agreement. If we're saying we want to come back, stand it up, and then come back and see what the maintenance agreement is, shouldn't we just reduce that 2.8 by at least 400,000? Stand it up based on the estimates, and then work the maintenance agreement in a supplemental or a future budget, instead of having the full value that includes the maintenance agreement as suggested. I feel like we're overfunding this.
Madam Chairman, I think Representative Walters did a really good job just explaining the catch-22 that we have in this. When do you start paying for the maintenance? The very first day of the biennium, do you pay for it after the implementation? There's all these things that are going on with this maintenance on this ongoing portion. It's really not the sizable, it's not the most sizable piece of this budget, but I can tell you that we have worked this issue regularly with great extent to try to find out where that 292 standard budget really exists, and it's not for what the original intent would be. So I don't know that the total amount is necessary, but for this request, we would, the governor is saying, make it one time. And then let's make sure that we don't overspend on the maintenance fees. Let's make sure that we don't go into it and just spend it because it happens to be in the budget. But also the most important thing about this is when we come back and we do establish a standard budget, let's stand it upon the actual contract rather than an estimate today of what we think the contract's going to be, which also helps with Representative Larson's comment about, well, we don't want to telegraph this project. So I think that helps us in that arena as well. But we do want to be sensitive to just putting money into 292 and having no realistic idea if the project's going to get delivered. I believe this one will, but maybe not. There have been projects in the past that haven't been delivered, and there's still standard budgets out there in those projects. Where we find them, we deal with them.
Any additional questions for Director Hibbard? Thanks, Representative. All right, Director, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next exception request under Division 500 is on page 51. Madam Chair, this exception request is to essentially follow the ETS computer replacement schedule. What we have budgeted is replacement for 80 computers. Slightly more than 50% of our agency is due for replacement. We've actually budgeted the ruggedized computers, laptop computers, because the people who are due are our field staff, and they tend to hold up much better. I would say, though, that we will be very specific that if they do not need a ruggedized tablet, that they would get either just a desktop computer replacement or a standard laptop. But we did budget for the ruggedized computers.
Appreciate the 80. Good work. Keep going.
Next exception request is on page 52. Madam Chair, this exception request, this has to do with some of our groundwater data collection. Internally, our groundwater division developed a program that people in our control areas who are required to report the groundwater use can apply online and make their reporting online. What this exception request does right now, because of the platform, we have very few ports to allow these folks to do that. So this request is for just slightly over 19,000 to expand the number of users that we can incorporate and allow more people to utilize this reporting platform.
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you, Madam Chair. Next exception request is on page 53. This has to do with our VM environment, and I'm not real sure what VM environment is. But what we have now is our virtual software, hardware processes right now. Through our agency, we have vendors that we've contracted with. ETS has asked us to move those processes into their agency. And so this exception request is the amount of money that would take to move it from what we currently do to the ETS system and allow them to manage that environment.
Questions on priority 12? Representative Walters?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And ultimately, this will be a cost savings to the agency once it occurs, I'm guessing. It's not just a power consolidation for ETS, but a cost savings to the state.
Madam Chair, I don't know that I know the answer to that. I do believe that our contracts are, we do have budgeted, we do have a budget to pay these vendors. And this would be an increase to what we currently have budgeted, but in the long run, that certainly could be the case, maintenance agreements and things like that. I don't know the long-term perspective of that, but very well could be.
Go ahead.
Okay, Madam Chair, the next division is the Board of PE and LSs, and that begins on page 55. And there is one exception request under this. And I will remind you that this is a special revenue funded division of our agency. The exception request is for maintenance agreement for their licensing software. They had an original vendor to establish a licensing platform for them. They have failed, that original vendor failed to meet their contract obligations. So the Board of Control, or excuse me, not the Board of Control, the Board of PELSs through a B11 process, went out and sought another vendor that can meet their needs. They used that B11 process to contract the first year and the establishment and the development of this licensing software. And so what this budget exception is doing is the maintenance going forward for a 5-year contract. I would add that we're already using the amount that was budgeted previously for maintenance. We've subtracted that out from the total. So the total exception request is for $98,564.
Questions, committee? Seeing none, go ahead.
Madam Chair, the next division is 700, our interstate streams. There is one exception request, well, actually two under this division. There are two different units under this division. The first one begins on page 64. As I mentioned earlier, we've got 7 compacts, 3 decrees. Associated with that are compact committees, decree committees that we are obligated to participate in them. The fees continue to go up for those. In the past, we have absorbed those fees, but they just keep going up. And so we're asking for an exception request to cover the increase of those dues and fees that we've experienced. That would also help reset some of the money that we've taken from other places to pay for the increases up to date. So that exception request is for $40,446.
Questions on priority number 7, committee? All right, go ahead.
Madam Chair, the next one is on page 68. Begins on 68. The meat of it is actually on page 69. This is tied up into the Board of Control Water 1. This is funding for our participation in the endangered. Let me make sure on that. This for endangered fish. So this is for our participation in the Colorado River Endangered Fish program. Provides ESA compliance for new water projects in our state. Currently, this is funded out of Water 1. part of the transaction of moving SEO out of Water One. So this is just the swap of that. The next exception request on page 78.
Mr. Richards?
Madam Chairman, just a preview for the committee when you go through markup on page 71. And I'll say this real fast because correction will cost more than the value, but you will see the table includes errant $239 left over in the water fund. And I presume that needs to get moved to the general fund too. Otherwise you have those budgeting challenges.
Thank you, Mr. Richards.
Madam Chair, I would agree with that. So on page 78, this is related somewhat to what we just spoke of. Did I miss one? Page 70, I apologize. So we talked about moving the endangered fish program. This is also subject to inflation and reauthorization through congressional action of this program. The fees for this program are going up to the state, so the exception request is to cover that increase in the fees to participate. And so we're asking for an additional 15,428 to cover that increased costs.
Senator Anderson?
Is a upper Colorado River just the Green River, or is that other rivers that would be affected with this?
Madam Chair, Senator Anderson, it would be any tributary to the Colorado River. So that would include in Wyoming, the Green River and all the tributaries to it, as well as the Little Snake and all the tributaries to it. The Little Snake River down by Bags.
We're familiar. Go ahead.
This one. Basin electric shrinkage. I apologize, I lost track of my.
You're just fine. Committee, does anyone need a break right now? Just a short break?
Yeah.
We're going to take a 10-minute break. We'll come back at 9:25.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ready?
All right, welcome back from our mid-morning break. We are still with the Wyoming Water Development Office. I'm sorry, what? Sorry, I'm sorry, the State Engineer's Office, sorry. We're with the State Engineer's Office. I believe we left on about page 70. Is that correct of our budget books?
Madam Chair, that is correct. I believe I've finished that discussion unless there were questions. And I would ask to move to page 72, which is Division 1100. It's special projects. One exception request under this division. What this is, it was developed because of an agreement between the State Engineer's Office and Basin Electric to help fund a USGS stream gauge that we're associated with. So rather than the SEO funding the non-federal component of this gauge's maintenance and operations, Basin Electric entered into an agreement to do that funding. Why this was set up, I'm not exactly sure, but what this is doing is it's creating a revenue stream for us to be able to accept payment from Basin as well as pay that portion. When this was established, that amount was $17,820. Over time, that amount has increased. So one of the reasons why we would like to get rid of this revenue stream and just incorporate it into the same model that we use for all of our USGS gauging is because then Basin Electric would agree to pay the increases as they occur on this gauge. So as the price goes up, they would pay more. And it would just allow us to get reimbursed because we would pay, we get bills for multiple stream gauges at one time. We make that payment, then we submit an invoice to Basin Electric through this contract, and then they reimburse the state engineers for that specific gauge. That would still occur. It would just allow a little more flexibility through this if we just ran it through our administration budget, which what we would do by eliminating this.
Representative Walters.
Madam Chair, understanding what you're doing, but I guess it brings me then to the question is where would this be documented if this change were to occur for this particular stream gauge? Because this one is based on an agreement that's in place versus others. And so just trying to make sure that it's still documented somewhere that the funding has been received before the expenditure is made.
It's an annual agreement, and we do have an annual agreement documentation of that. Is that what you're referring to?
I think in
Madam
your
Chair,
budget.
follow up, in the budget, where would it be documented so we could track that?
Oh. Where, Madam Chair, Representative Walters, it is in our administration budget is where it would be, line items, though I don't know how that's tracked. Go ahead, Kristen.
Madam Chair, Representative Walters.
If you could introduce yourself.
My name is Kristen Baker. I'm the accounting at the State Engineer's Office. We currently pay, so USGS bills us on one invoice for a network of stream gauges. The Laramie River gauge, from my discussion with the USGS, is they cannot contract with a private entity. So we pay that and then we request reimbursement from Basin Electric for the cost of monitoring that gauge on the network. As it sits right now in its own budget, it creates a limit on what we charge for them without going through like a B11 process. If it was all within the administration budget, which is where the network of stream gauges is paid out of, when Basin Electric pays us for the annual contract, we would just reimburse the 900 series in the administration budget, Unit 0101.
All right, go ahead.
Madam Chair, the last two divisions in our agency, the 1400 North Platte on page 76, no exception requests. And then the final Division 1500 is the Well Drillers Licensing Board on page 81. And
Hold
there were,
just a second, Representative Larson.
Director, if we could just go back to page 75, up there on the top of that part, looks like there's a $41 in there. Does that need to, should that be removed or should that stay?
Madam Chair, Representative Larson, that's very similar to the 239 number that Mr. Richard pointed out earlier. It'd be a similar thing, probably just need to eliminate it.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. All right, Director, go ahead.
Madam Chair, page 81 is the Well Drillers Licensing Board, no exception requests.
Madam Chairman.
Representative Larson.
Thank you. He's in high gear here and he's outrunning me. So could we, before we go to page 80 or 81, could we, in that North Platte River settlement on that chart on page 79, down there on the funding sources, you've got $40,000 that you say need to be effective immediately. Is that an error or is that right down there close to the bottom? Help us understand that a little if you could.
Madam Chair, Representative Larson, I believe that was from the supplemental budget last year, an appropriation for 40,000 for 900 series contracting type is what that is doing. So it's not a new exception request. This was an exception request that we requested last year.
Very good. And so so then if it was already in the budget last year, why are we singling? Is there a need? Why couldn't it just been included in the overall? Because it's already effective.
Ms. Baker.
Madam Chair, Representative Larson, I would defer to the Budget Department on this, on the way that lays out is the funding source.
If you could move a little closer to your mic.
I would defer to the Budget Department.
Director Hibbard, give you a minute. Representative Larson, do you want to repeat your question?
So in the source of funding down at the bottom, there's in code 1001, there's an effective immediate for 40,000. My understanding, Madam Chairman, is this was an appropriation that we provided in the supplemental budget. Hence, it ought to already be approved for use. And I'm trying to figure out.
Madam Chairman, that's correct. That doesn't need to be effective immediate. It's not necessary. It can just be moved up to that revenue source.
Okay, so we can just make a correction there. Very good. Thank you.
Attention to detail here. Please go ahead, Director.
80 computers.
Madam Chair, Well Drillers Licensing Board on page 81, no exception requests. And that concludes my presentation unless there are further questions.
Give it a minute. Awkward silence to think about it. Any final questions for the state engineer? I know there's some interest in hearing any updates on the Colorado River Compact. Can you provide generally an overview of any updates concerning that very important issue to Wyoming?
I will try, Madam Chair. So currently what is going on with the Colorado River, the 7 basin states are in the process of renegotiating what is called the 2007 interim guidelines. The 2007 interim guidelines are built within all of the compacts and agreements that make up the law of the river. And it defines how specifically Lake Powell and Lake Mead operate. As part of that, reductions in use are baked into those guidelines for the lower basin. If conditions warrant, then reductions in use are required. And so those are occurring right now. But as I said, those 2007 guidelines expire in 2026. And so we need to come to an agreement with 7 states and the Bureau of Reclamation on how those 2 reservoirs would operate following the expiration of the way it's currently being operated right now. So those negotiations are ongoing right now. In fact, as soon as I'm done here, I'm on my way to Denver to meet with the 7 basin states. So that is largely, at least my role, that's the busiest part of my Colorado River Day right now, is the renegotiation of those guidelines. Does that help?
It certainly does. You feel positive about the directions of those negotiations?
Madam Chair, we're all still sitting at the table. We're all talking. I am optimistic.
Representative Walters?
Madam Chair, unrelated to that, for your Cheyenne personnel, what is your remote work policy, telework policy?
So, Madam Chair, Representative Walters, we've kind of left it to each of the divisions to have their own. In general, we have only a handful of people with a hybrid type of a telework. We don't have anybody permanently teleworking. We have a handful of people who may telework 1 or 2 days, but by and large, it's a as need. We do have telework agreements. So if the roads were bad or the roads shut down, we would still be able to work under this telework policy, but by and large, we don't have any teleworking permanent.
Representative Zwanitzer?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm going back to priority 4 with the Board of Control. We're putting that $15 million over. My question is, in the water bill, are you addressing that 15 million for your request?
Madam Chair, Representative Zwanitzer, I'm not part of the omnibus water bill, but I would suspect that no, it would not be in the water bill. It would be through the budget.
Chairman Nicholas?
So, I was just going to follow up on the Green River, Upper Green, in terms of what, on the lower basin folks, what's the status of their cooperative status, and where's, you just kind of fill in the rest of the gaps on what's going on, for Arizona, California.
So, Madam Chair, Representative Nichols, that's part of what we're talking about is what is their ability to reduce uses, and mainly when they need to reduce. Right now, the situation would indicate that we're using more than the hydrology is providing. And so that is what the lower basin is working on together, is how and when to make those reductions. They have come back and presented an idea that what you would call the structural deficit is one way to look at it, but it has to do with evaporative and system losses that aren't accounted for the same that we think about them when we talk about a reservoir. Their deliveries, when they order something from Lake Mead, they order, say, 4 million acre foot. That is at their head gate. So that's their allocation. But we know that in reality, it takes more water than that to get it there. And so when we think about that, that is one of the components that the lower basin is saying that they are owning right now, is that. So they're coming with real reductions. We're talking reductions of use to real people. So they are coming with appropriate, or not appropriate, I wouldn't say appropriate, but they are coming with real actions, and we need to recognize that. But I think the upper basin perspective is they probably need to do more. So trying to define that and work through what it is and when it is the hard part.
Thank you.
All right, with that, we're going to close. Senator Anderson, go ahead.
Madam Chairman, part of that action from us is, I've heard, is a dam on the Little Snake River. Would that help our Colorado River compact? Would that increase our outflow? How would that increase our outflow?
Madam Chair, Senator Anderson, I don't know that it would increase our outflow. It changes the timing. It allows us to better utilize water that would normally in high runoff in the spring. When it's not needed, it flows by. The storage would allow us to hold it to later in the season when it is needed. So it's more of a retiming type of a thing, less about a water quantity thing, particularly in the context of Colorado River. I wouldn't say that it adds any water to the system. It just retimes it.
Madam Chairman, follow up. The timing of that really isn't that critical, is it? Doesn't it all flow into Powell or Meade and raise the water? So it really doesn't matter if it's on the spring runoff or later, does it?
Madam Chair, Senator Anderson, not so much. What it does do, so our obligation under the Colorado River Compact has to do with our consumptive use. And so the better use that if we retime that and put that water to more use than it would have normally, our consumptive use goes up. So there is that idea that it could increase consumption in our state. But to what extent, we don't know yet.
Oh, thank you.
Representative Henderson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Related to the compacts, how, given what you know at this point, how might that affect Cheyenne?
Madam Chair, Representative Henderson, Cheyenne could be affected two ways. One would be the normal administration that we do every year, depending on the hydrology and the location that the diversion is made. But as you know, Cheyenne gets a portion of their water from the Colorado River Basin. So I talk about our obligation. If we were not to meet our obligation, or we could foresee that we were not going to meet our obligation, and it was determined by the UCRC that we wouldn't meet our obligation, then our obligation is to curtail uses in the upper basin. It gets complex, but that's where the risk to the city of Cheyenne would be in an identified curtailment situation for post 2022 water rights, which they are. That's where their risk would be found.
We'll give it a minute, and we'll do another round of questions. Any final questions for the state engineer? Thanks for being here this morning. Good luck down in Denver.
Yeah.
Thanks for having us. Really appreciate your time.
All right, now we are actually ready for the Wyoming Water Development Office. Director Mead, if you could come forward again. All right, good to see you again, Director Mead. Committee members, we are on Agency 29. See, he is joined with Fiscal Manager, Mr. David Ray, and the Commission Chairman, Ron Cayley, is here as well. Commissioner title, he cannot escape, a former Laramie County Commissioner. All right, welcome, Director Mead. When you're ready, go ahead and begin.
Madam Chair, again, Jason Mead, Director of the Wyoming Water Development Office. We really hit on most of the state of the agency in the previous discussion. So the only thing I would add is, I guess the philosophy that founded the water development program in the first place is taking a portion of the revenues from a non-renewable resource, with the development of coal, oil, and natural gas to put that towards the renewable resource of water for the citizens of Wyoming in an economical manner. So that's exactly what the program's doing. Technically, I suppose you could think of the mineral resources in Wyoming as the property of the citizens, at least a portion of. So then that goes back into that renewable resource of water. The other thing I would mention is we have 4 divisions within our office. We have a construction division, the dam and reservoir division, planning division, and an administrative division. And we have 26 full-time employees, including me. So like I mentioned, we've kind of discussed what I wanted to talk about as far as state of the agency. So unless there's more questions about that, I would hand it over to David Ray, our fiscal manager, to go over the budget request.
Representative Larson.
Thank you, Director Mead. On page 6, I just had a couple of questions that I didn't quite understand. In your first bullet there, you talked about 589 million in projects with the number of active projects exceeding 280. Could you define for me what an active project is? Is that just that are they in the process of construction, or is it just that they've been funded?
Madam Chair, Representative Larson, it could be any one of those things. They've got an active appropriation through an omnibus bill, whether it be planning or construction, and we're in the process. We haven't closed the project out yet.
Thank you. And then down at the bottom of that page, in the very last sentence, you note that you made a response was prepared by your office and sent to Bureau of RIC with recommendations and proposed project types. I'm just curious what their response to your letter was.
Madam Chair, Representative Larson, this is really through the Colorado River and the Upper Colorado River Commission with Director State Engineer Gebhardt involved very heavily. So as a state, we responded because we feel that it would be most appropriate to bring those federal dollars through a program that's used to getting water projects on the ground and working with water users throughout the state. And we know that our water users have limited capability to actually try to go contract with the federal government to get these conservation type projects on the ground. So I think the response was good from the Bureau of Reclamation. Brandon might have more information on that, but I think the response was good.
Thank you.
All right, any additional questions before we turn it over to Mr. Ray? All right, Mr. Ray, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. David Ray, I'm the fiscal manager for the Water Development Office. Just for a quick little bit of background, the request we have in front of you today is for the administration of the Water Development Program, and it's comprised of one budgetary unit, 0101, and it's 100% other funds out of Water Development Account 1. And with your permission, I would begin on page 16 of our budget book. We have one exception request this year. Madam Chairman, this is our standard TRP technology replacement request. Last spring, we worked with ETS according to their standard policies and procedures to prepare this. This request includes all of the IT hardware and basic software for our office and our 10-member commission. That includes all of the computers, peripherals, and the basic office software. I'll pause there for a moment if you have any questions about that request.
Questions about priority number 1? Representative Zwanitzer.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I was just looking under the ETS proposal, and for your design jet printer, it was like 4,800, but it also lists a 3-year support at 1,100, and it seems quite high to me. Is that a pretty standard 3-year support?
I'm sorry, Madam Chairman, which printer were you referring to? I apologize.
It's an HP Design Jet Z9, Zebra 9.
Impressive, Representative Zwanitzer, impressive.
I apologize. I don't have, Madam Chairman, I don't have the quotes in front of me. Is that the plotter printer that you're referring to? Can you give me the dollar amount again? I apologize.
I can get back with you later on it. I'm looking at the ETS book. So,
Oh, you're in the ETS book.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so, Madam Chairman, if I may, they have a laser jet, and it's $131 for a 3-year support. So
And what's the one that you're seeing there in the ETS book?
1,152. But they can get back with me. I don't know if that'll be questioned or not.
Mr. Ray is going to be traumatized by this for years.
Madam Chairman, in our request, we had a total of 5 printers. There are 4 standard kind of network printers. And then the plotter, I'm not familiar with what this HP Design Jet Z9 is. I don't see that in our request.
Well, it is something we will uncover
But I can
at a
follow up.
later date. I do not think the value of the printer is worth our collective efforts at this moment in time. But we will get this figured out on that $1,000 printer. Anything else, Mr. Ray, or any questions for Mr. Ray from the committee? All right. Oh, so close.
So close.
Representative Larson.
So Director Mead, if we could follow up on some conversations we've had over the past few years as you work with the select committee on water and you're looking at these projects, we've noticed several times how these projects seem, the intent is when you fund them that they're ready to go, and then we see delays and then they come back because the costs have gone up. It's been, I think in the conversations globally, there's been some suggestion that maybe we tighten the expectations that when they're funded, they need to get them done. And if they can't, perhaps there's risk of that funding not being in place. Has that conversation moved forward at all? I mean, is there, as we see these delays and the costs go up and then that impacts the abilities to fund other stuff. Is there a way that we can address that, or are you working on that with the select committee?
Madam Chair, Representative Larson, we have seen easements be a big issue in the past, and that tends to be what delays projects going to construction, whether it be a transmission pipeline or what have you. So here over the last several years, since I've taken over as director, and as we brought Bill Brewer on as our Deputy Director of Construction, we've looked at phasing projects. So our agricultural projects tend to be you're putting a pipe in the place where the ditch is, your easements are already in place, and they tend to move very quickly. Some of our municipal projects move a little slower just because of the nature of other infrastructure and private property. So depending on the case and the project, we will look at phasing those projects and only providing funding for what we call pre-construction, which would be the design, layout, the easements, the permits, the construction documents, plans and specs, and then come back when you're ready to move forward with construction. You've got 50% designs, your easements in place, your permits in place. So then we're not holding up that construction money that could be used for a project that's ready to move forward now.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Walters.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Your remote work policy for the folks in your Cheyenne office?
Yeah, we have nobody in our office that's working remotely currently. And I see a great value, I guess, in working with people in the office. We have such a wide variety of expertise that we're continuously collaborating on projects and asking each other questions or staying up to speed on projects and trying to come up with solutions. So, but currently we don't have anybody working outside the office.
All right, going once, going twice. All right, thank you for being here, Director. Thank you, Mr. Ray. We'll figure out the copier.
Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you.
All right, we are done with the Wyoming Water Development Office with an epic morning. We are finishing at 9:57. All right, Mr. Richards?
Madam Chairman, we did call PSC. They should be arriving shortly. If you would like to hear at your pleasure the legislation 0353, I can provide a background on that, recognizing the sponsor is unlikely to be here to present.
Why don't we take another 15-minute break? We'll come back at 10:15. All right, welcome back from our mid-morning break. Those of you following along online will know that we are cooking with gas this morning and are working through our agenda at breakneck speed. So we are going to move next to the Public Service Commission, who has joined us here this morning before lunch. They are our 1 o'clock agenda item and are now here at 10:15 a.m. So thank you for your flexibility and responsiveness to work with our schedule, Public Service Commission. I see we have Chairman Mary Throne with us, the Executive Director Marcy Norby, and the Office of Consumer Advocate is here as well. So appreciate everyone being here so quickly. With that, we will go ahead and get started with agency number 23, Public Service Commission. If you could introduce yourself and proceed with the budget.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Co-Chair, members of the committee. It's a pleasure to be here today. As Madam Chair said, I'm Mary Throne, Chairman of the Public Service Commission. With me is Marcy Norby, the Executive Director, Anthony Ornelas, the Administrator of the Office of the Consumer Advocate. And just to keep all of us out of trouble, in the audience is our Secretary and Chief Counsel, John Burbridge. The Public Service Commission is one of the state's older agencies, having been created in 1915. I was able to attend the 100-year celebration for the Department of Ag this summer and was surprised to learn that we are even older. There is nothing in our budget for a 110th anniversary celebration, although if any of us remember, we'll probably try and have cake or something. Despite our longevity and all of the changes the world has seen since 1915, our statutory mission remains largely unchanged: safe, adequate, and reliable service at just and reasonable rates. How we fulfill that mission adjusts as the industry and our specific statutory obligations change. This last year has been one of the busiest ever for the Commission in terms of the volume of complex cases and the increased workload, both of which occurred at a time when we have faced challenges in filling open positions, and over a third of our staff has less than a year with the agency. Despite the increased workload, we have kept up with our docket and continue to look for efficiencies. The PSC, as you know, is a non-generally funded agency. The PSC administration and OCA division budgets are funded through an assessment on gross retail, intrastate retail revenues of all utilities subject to the assessment. The statute updated in 2021 limits the assessment to 5 mills on gross intrastate retail revenues for electric, retail rate regulated rural electric cooperatives, gas, and pipeline utilities. And it is limited to 3 mills on gross intrastate retail revenues for water, telecommunications, and rural electric co-ops that are not retail rate regulated. A portion of the PSC budget is funded through federal grants received from the U.S. Department of Transportation's Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Safety Administration, otherwise known as PHMSA, and that's in the Office of Pipeline Safety. These are for the Wyoming Pipeline Safety Program, the Call Before You Dig public service announcements, and a damage prevention grant. The federal grants fund 100% of the Call Before You Dig public service announcements and 50 to 60% of the Wyoming Pipeline Safety Program. And the remainder of the PSC administration, and the PSC administration division is responsible for the remainder of those expenses. The Wyoming Universal Service Fund is funded through an assessment on intrastate retail sales of telecommunications services, a portion of which is interest earned on the Wyoming Universal Service Fund balance. And there are 4 components to our budget within our 3 divisions: the administration budget, the administration federal grants budget, the Office of Consumer Advocate budget, and the Wyoming Universal Service Fund budget. Overall, our budget request of the agency for the agency is $18,388,155. Of that amount, 12,341,227 is funded through the utility assessment. This budget will increase the utility assessment by approximately $0.00011 or 0.11 mils. $638,686 is funded through federal funds, and $5,408,242 is funded through the WUSF. I am going to focus my remarks on the overview of the agency, the administration, the Fed, and WUSF budgets. Mr. Ornelas will address the OCA budget. And as I believe it is your custom, I am going to focus on the exception requests. So the administration budget has two divisions. And the administration budget oversees the commissioners, attorneys, technical staff, and other administration employees and functions. The other budget in the administration division includes our federal funds budget. And I think I've covered the overall numbers, so I'll just skip to page 14 and start with the exceptions.
Thank
If
you.
that is okay, Madam Chair.
Any questions at this point, committee? All right, we'll go to 14.
So our exception request on page 14, priority number 1A, is the replacement of computer technology, hardware, and software. Consistent with ETS policy, we are seeking replacement of most employee computers, some of the computers in our digital hearing room, and travel laptops for the commissioners. We're on the road quite a bit and need to be able to work wherever we are. Questions?
Seeing none, go ahead.
And I'm not afraid of questions, by the way. On page 16, we have priority number 3A. This is an exception request for an industry data subscription that will provide the agency with an efficient tool for researching utility industry data, federal and state utility cases, as well as court cases. This one-stop shopping data service will allow all of the PSC employees, whether they are technical or legal, to research utility data and cases. To be efficient, the employees need to be able to readily find data to utilize it in utility cases or other projects.
Co-Chairman Nicholas?
Thank you. So could you, what's the difference of this than Westlaw or whatever? I mean, what's the name of this, the particular
Chairman Thorne?
database, and why is it? I'm just curious about it.
We'd like access to it.
Madam Chair, Representative Nicholas, Mr. Co-Chair, I am going to let Ms. Norby answer that question, but I will say that it's more than Westlaw because it's industry data as well, and also gets into the state commission cases and the FERC cases. But I will let.
And who is it? How do they put it together?
And Ms. Norby's researched
Ms.
the
Norby.
databases.
Thank you.
Yes. Madam Chair, Co-Chairman Nicholas, we have decided to go with a service called Internol. And Internol allows the, it's different than Westlaw because they'll have access to all of the FERC data and be able to pull that down into spreadsheets readily available for analysis, which saves a lot of time. It also allows us to watch other state cases, other federal cases, where it would ping us that, hey, something else has been filed or what have you, for cases, whatever. Also court cases. For example, you know, we recently had a utility that had a court case in Oregon that we wanted to follow. It's kind of tough to find those things readily. We really need to be efficient with our staff time because we don't have a lot of staff. And they're able to go in and get that data readily available. They can do their analysis on it or just keep up with cases. What's being decided in a court case? How could that affect Wyoming? Other cases for a multi-state jurisdictional utility, how will that possibly affect what the company might ask for in Wyoming? And so it is slightly different than Westlaw in that it is energy related stuff from the other states, the federal agencies, EPA, data for that. They actually pull down our data in real time. If we put an order out there for the Wyoming Public Service Commission, everyone on that platform has access to it within 10 minutes.
And so, Madam Co-Chair, just to follow up, so this replaces a LexisNexis Westlaw type component because it is more specialized. But I take it you still have access to all the regular case law in one fashion or another, or do you still need other search engines for regular law research in addition to this?
We don't have any other search engines in addition to this. We've been using, and I can't remember the name of, we don't actually use Westlaw. We have in the past, but we are using a free search engine for that right now. But this will.
And so then what's the cost of this?
Right now, we actually started this the first of the year. Right now, we have 3 seats available, and the commission has 2 seats. The OCA has 1 right now because we wanted to get going on this. And right now, it's costing us about $30,000 a year, 24, 30, somewhere in that range.
So 10,000 a seat, basically?
Basically. And we are getting a discount on that, and we would continue to get a discount, but we would like to add more seats.
So your request here is to add 8 more seats? Or not, actually be 4 more seats, a biennium number?
Yes, sir.
So you'll go from 3 to 4 to 7?
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
It's a lot, Co-Chairman Nicholas. All right. No doubt it will be purchased by Thompson West in the next 5 years. All right, going on. Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There aren't any more questions on that topic. I'll move on to the next one. And just for the record, I am still capable of doing my own legal research.
We never doubted it.
I still like the books, for the record. But anyway, going on to page 17. This I would characterize as a minor cleanup, but an important one. We have an exception request for cellular monthly service for our facility engineers who spend the majority of their time in the field conducting inspections. This ongoing request was approved in the supplemental budget, but somehow was not coded to be included in the standard budget. So it pretty much just implements a decision that was made in the supplemental budget.
All right, go ahead.
Priority 6 is page 18. This is an exception request for an increase to our digital storage costs. The PSC is continuing its multi-year project of scanning all of its paper docket files in-house and in the state archive storage to both reduce physical storage costs and to make the documents more accessible. And my understanding is, as I mentioned, we are an old agency. We're going back to the beginning so that everything will eventually be digitized. We're scanning approximately 20 boxes per month, and we have approximately 1,400 boxes in state archives.
Questions? All right, go ahead.
Priority 7 on page 19. We are asking for a second camera for our digital hearing room. This is to enhance the ability of remote participants to view all the speakers in commission proceedings, including the commissioners. Not sure I'm a fan of that, but no, it is necessary. It'll also provide a backup if one of the camera fails. Moving on to priority 8A, which is on page 20. This is, I think, best characterized as a structural change in our budget, as I understand it. On page 20, we are requesting a change in funding from the administration fund to the Fed budget. In past budget cycles, the PSC was allowed to net to zero funds from both its administration budget or from its administration budget to its Fed budget for this program because both are under the same division and unit. However, since the administration and the Fed budget are two different funding sources, net to zero is no longer allowed. So then I would move on to the Fed budget. As I mentioned in my introduction, and I think we're going to skip ahead to page 27. As I mentioned in my introduction, we do receive federal funds for pipeline safety from PHMSA. It's an important part of our budget. It does not cover the entire cost of that program, and the administration budget picks up the remainder. So priority 1B, which is on page 27, is essentially the computer request for the engineers, the technology request. We need to replace both the laptops and the desktops for our facility engineers that work under the federal grants. If there are no questions on that, moving on to page 28. Priority 8B. This basically is just the opposite of 8A. So requesting a change in the funding from the administration budget to the Fed budget. If there are technical questions on this, I would defer to Ms. Norby. But again, I think it's not a change in funding. It's moving those budgets around. That might be an overly simplistic explanation.
Questions from the committee on this? Or, nope. All right, seeing none, go ahead.
And I really appreciate Ms. Norby's help with this bit of our budget because the federal money is a challenge to understand and manage. So moving on to priority 9 on page 29. So we are requesting to increase our Fed budget by the approximate amount we receive in a supplemental payment from the pipeline safety grant. The supplemental payment is given to state recipients of the PHMSA pipeline safety grant after all of the states have been awarded their initial funds through the reimbursement grant. And again, the initial fund covers 50 to 60% of the pipeline safety program. The remainder of the funds that PHMSA does not award initially to the states are subsequently paid to the states in the form of a supplemental payment. And this is essentially to avoid the need to request a B11, as the PSC has done in the past to utilize the supplemental payment. The PSC has previously requested, that we're essentially wanting to work this into the budget since for the past 3 years, the supplemental payment has been fairly consistent to avoid the need for a B11.
Questions on this? It's a cold bench.
I am.
Oh, such is the life. All right, please continue. Oh, Representative Stith, I'm sorry.
Madam Chairman, I do have some sort of general questions that I'm anxious to ask. I don't know if where it sort of fits in the agenda, but
I think we're fine. Go
but
ahead.
if I may, Ms. Theron, a couple questions. One electric vehicles. There was an order issued a month or so ago about the commission's decision not to implement an EV utility standard. My question is this, here's what puzzles me. I believe under current law, I'm not allowed to set up a gas turbine in my backyard, generate electricity and sell it to my neighbor. I can't do that because Rocky Mountain Power has a monopoly service provider and then you regulate their rates. So I'm not allowed to sell electricity, but Elon Musk is, right? Because if I go to the Tesla supercharger in Rollins, for example, I pay 35 cents a kilowatt hour to charge a vehicle. And so kind of my question is, I can't do it, but why is it okay for Elon Musk to?
Commissioner Throne, if you know the answer to that and are prepared to speak to it, please do.
Madam Chair, Representative Stith, there is an exception in the statute, which was passed. EV exception was passed last year. I can email you the statute 37. It's in the definitions of what's not a public utility. And so electric vehicle chargers were removed from that. So if a utility owns an EV charger and has a tariff for it, we regulate those. But if Target, I won't quite go to Elon Musk, if Target, which they have here locally, installs EV chargers, that does not make Target a public utility.
And Madam Chairman, follow up.
Sure.
Changing the context from my backyard to say a Trona mine, if it sets up a micronuclear reactor in its facility on its property, if it owns and operates the micronuclear reactor, it's my understanding it's allowed to do that. But is it allowed to subcontract out that service to someone who actually knows how to run a nuclear reactor?
Legal opinions, please.
Madam Chair, Representative Stith, I anticipated this one, so I'm sort of prepared. Representative Stith, we have conducted 2 technical conferences to look into adopting rules. We believe we have the rulemaking authority to change or to create a process for determining whether that type of service would not be a public utility. We did that actually at a request of one of your colleagues to start looking into that. And so we've had 2 technical conferences. We hope to have a 3rd scheduled here in the new year. Certainly we can make sure you are aware of that. And I can also get you the information that's already been filed. We think it would require a rule change because under the definition of a public utility, there's providing service to one person, not yourself, could be deemed a public utility. But there's no specific case law on it. And so we're looking to deal with that in rulemaking, but not open the door so wide. You know, it's that conflict.
So follow up, Madam Chairman.
Yes.
Is Ms. Throne, then is it your understanding that no statutory change of Wyoming law is required to allow an industrial user to subcontract out to a 3rd party so long as the generation is occurring on property owned by the industrial user? Is that the opinion?
Would you like to provide a disclaimer?
Madam Chair, you know, subject to all the relevant disclaimers, but we did consult with the Attorney General's office, our counsel there. I try not to be my own attorney anymore. And we believe we can solve the narrow issue through rulemaking, but certainly we're not far along in that process. We haven't actually started the formal rulemaking. We've just done technical conferences.
All right, Representative Larson, and then we'll get back to the budget.
Chairman Throne, thank you. I just want to make sure that I was tracking what that conversation on the example that Representative Stith talked about. So if, for example, a mine owned the source of generation and it was on their property. And they contracted out to a contractor to operate it. Even though they owned it, the contractor is just a work agreement, operation agreement. You're saying that that's a little wonky right now that am I understanding the scenario accurately?
Ms. Throne?
Madam Chair, Representative Larson, we think that rulemaking would clarify that
Okay,
situation.
thank you.
All right, we are on page 31 of the budget. I think priority number 11 is where we are.
Oh, Madam Chair, we are on priority number 10, which is page 30. And I assume my chief counsel was not making too many faces behind me.
Smiling so far.
Okay, thank you. Priority number 10 on page 30, the PSC is requesting an exception request for its new PHMSA damage prevention grant. The grant will be utilized to offset expenses incurred by the Attorney General's office for its enforcement activities that are currently allocated to the PSC through the statewide cost allocation plan, otherwise known as SWICAP, even though it has no Y in it, but never mind. The PSC works in collaboration with the, is that like an inside joke here too? Anyway, the PSC works in collaboration with the Attorney General's office on this ongoing project. The expenses incurred by the AG's office include their salaries, benefits, court costs, if they have any. And so this would defray those expenses, and ultimately whatever we incur in the statewide cost allocation plan goes through to our assessment. So it would be a nominal savings on the assessment.
Representative Larson?
Chairman Throne, over the last year, last couple of years, actually, I've had an increased number of individuals, utilities, and such who have come to me with questions on how to approach when somebody has encroached upon their right of way and dug contrary to statutes, violating, you know, the one call statute or this underground damage prevention. I'm thinking, can you just help me? I wasn't able to give them clear direction on how they would pursue damages or violation issues, you know, if maybe damages didn't happen, but they were awful close. And so how does that work? What's the process for a right-of-way owner who has a utility to then pursue a grievance that they have on somebody that's encroached the right-of-way? And please.
You want General Counsel to come up?
Madam Chair, Representative Larson, if there are no objections, I think Mr. Burbridge handles the specifics of these, and he could quickly answer that question.
Thank you.
Yeah. I would say, committee, we are certainly seeking legal advice. The red flags are up, and so we'll get back to the budget. We'll let the chief.
Yeah, and Madam Chairman, I'm more interested in process than advice. I just want to know how they go about it. I don't not looking for an interpretation of whether someone was guilty or not, but just how to access that process.
Lawyers do like to get paid for that, I might say, but Chief Counsel, go ahead.
Madam Chair Nethercott, Representative Larson, through the one call program, if we're talking about digging without a locate, the utility would file that as a complaint with the one call office. Typically, if we're talking about easement encroachments other than, you know, digging, we don't have the mechanism or the jurisdiction to resolve those easement disputes, and that would have to be handled through a civil matter between the utility and that particular property owner.
So violation one call, Madam Chair. Violation one call statute, then they'd go back through one call. One call would then determine what or if they would pursue any further action? Is that?
Madam Chair, Representative Larson, one call merely takes the complaint and then refers it to our office, and then we take a look at the evidence from that particular complaint, make a determination as to whether or not there's been a violation of one call, and make a recommendation to the Attorney General's office. The Attorney General's office then at that point has the final say as to whether or not it's a case they think they can pursue based on that evidence. And very often they will do that. There are a few occasions where they are not comfortable with the evidence. Of course, like any other case, we determine, and I look at it from the aspect, is this something that we think that could be, upheld in district court if it got that far.
Great. All right. Any legal questions for the commission? All right, CEO representatives.
No, Madam Chairman, I would just say generally it's always appropriate for this committee to ask an agency what its view of the law is, because our job is to decide whether the law needs to be changed.
It certainly is very helpful to each of us in understanding how that might apply to our cases. Page 31, priority number 11.
Thank you. Madam Chair, page 31, the PSC is seeking an increase in funding for its federal grant that pays for the call before you dig public service announcements.
Okay, go ahead.
And it is now my pleasure to turn the discussion over to Mr. Ornelas to present the OCA budget, unless there are further, and I'll still be here for one more section on the USF budget, unless you would like me to finish the USF budget.
Go ahead and finish the USF.
Okay. So the USF budget, Wyoming Universal Service Fund budget, Division 600, just one exception, priority 1D, page 56. This is just the mere exception request on the computer technology.
All right, thank you, Ms. Throne. With that, we will go to the
Madam Chair.
Representative Walters.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Moving back to page 53 on this USF, it states that this will sunset in 2025. So granted, it's a little over a year from now. If it does sunset, will this be a problem? Or do you intend to work with the Corporations Committee in the next interim to try and have a sunset extension bill brought forward?
The perennial sunset.
The perennial sunset, Madam Chair. Representative Walters, that is a topic before corporations. Commissioner Petrie has sort of taken the lead on the telecommunications issues. They did not do a lot on that or anything this interim, and would expect that to be a discussion in the next interim. But we are also prepared if it does sunset.
As are we. Thank you, Ms. Throne. Any final questions for Ms. Throne? All right, we will go to Mr. Ornelas.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Co-Chair Nicholas, and members of the committee. For those of you who have not had the pleasure of meeting, my name is Anthony Ornelas. I am the Administrator of the Office of Consumer Advocate. In the audience with me, we have our Deputy Administrator, Mike Blakely. Before I begin, thanks to Marcy Norby, who has been enormous in assisting with this preparation of the budget and the administrative functions that we share with the Public Service Commission. As Chairman Throne had alluded to, we are an independent division within the Public Service Commission. We were formed in 2003 and have always operated with an employment number of 6, which includes myself as the administrator, our deputy administrator, 2 staff attorneys, and 2, we call them rate analysts. They have different backgrounds. Some of them might be in finance, economics, or engineering. For this biennium, we have a budget request of $2,940,385. Now, this represents approximately a 36% increase from our prior biennium budget, or approximately $775,000. There are a total of 5 exception requests that I'll walk through now and be happy to address any questions if there are none yet at this point.
Any questions for the Office of Consumer Advocate before we do the exception request? Go ahead.
Thank you. Beginning on page 41, we have priority number 1C, which is the replacement of computer technology and software. As we've heard previously from the Public Service Commission, this is the standard and routine replacement of our computer and technologies on a 4-year cycle, which will be due in the next biennium. One of the things we are facing as an agency is the complexity of our work and the sets of data analysis that we are asked to review and analyze and run are ever increasing. So this request will provide an upgraded computer package, at least for our analysts within the agency, in order to help us run those programs more efficiently and be able to complete the analysis in which we conduct our work on. On page 43, one of the lion's shares of our overall increase in the biennium request is the addition of a new full-time staff member. Currently, this is slated to be an FIEC 11 or an economic analyst. The reason for this is that our staffing levels have not changed in 20 years, while the volume and complexity of work is changing rapidly. As many of you, I'm sure, are aware, there is a large push in the Western Interconnect, or the Western United States, to transform how we generate, transmit, and procure, and ultimately deliver our electricity across the region. This is requiring enormous focus on these developments across the West, which are new and did not exist several years ago. This would be the movement towards a regional transmission organization. Currently, there are 2 competing agencies, one on the West Coast, California Independent System Operator, and one on the eastern side of the Western Interconnect, known as Southwest Power Pool. Both of them are currently accelerating their plans to move ultimately to the formation of a full-wide Western transmission organization. In the interim, there are also current pushes to develop and stand up what we call balancing energy markets. Currently, both the California ISO and the SPP have intraday balancing markets, which the state of Wyoming, through its representation of Pacific Corp, currently participates in, as well as Cheyenne Light Fuel and Power and Black Hills Power. However, these are also rapidly being expanded into what we call a day-ahead market. Those have tariffs filed with the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission and are currently being stood up as we speak. I believe it's important that the OCA have a seat at all of these tables and more that I have not mentioned here today as the change in how we procure and distribute our electricity across the West-wide market evolves. So that is really kind of the basis of priority 2A. I'd be happy to address any questions there may be on that.
Go ahead.
Okay. Along with 2A, we have exception request 2B, and this is the office construction or remodeling of our current office. As I mentioned, we began 20 years ago with a staff of 6, and that has not changed, nor has our office space in which we work in. If the request to add a 7th employee is approved, we do have one small space that we use kind of as a common meeting place or a conference room, so to speak. That will be transformed into an office space for the new employee, and we would request the additional funding to create a new gathering space or conference space in which we can conduct meetings with utility members and others that we meet with on a regular basis.
Representative?
So we know that the operation and maintenance of leased facilities and state-owned facilities really comes through A&I. So I'm just curious, you've vetted this and worked with A&I on the approval of the expansion of the office space, and because sometimes you would see this more in a Capcom bill than you would in an agency's budget. So just trying to get verification that those communications have taken place, and because we've not seen anything from them.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Representative Larson, that is correct. We have worked with ANI, and I will phone a friend a little bit with Ms. Norby here, who was very helpful in assisting with some of that pre-planning and working with ANI on our planning of the new space.
Madam Chair, Representative Larson, that is correct. We did work with ANI. ANI leases the space, and we pretty much sublease it from them. We worked with ANI, and we worked with the building owner, pardon me, to do that, and they helped us get a quote on what it would cost for us to take up some space, some more space, and build that out, and then also worked with ANI on what the rent cost increase would be for that space. There is some space in that building, or on our floor in that building, that ANI is picking up the tab for, and then we would pick up the tab for that, and they would no longer have to put the bill for that. But we did work with them as well as the building owners.
And follow up, Madam Chairman, I'm assuming then that this is an estimate, or is it that the owner's going to do it? Or just give me kind of, is ANI going to oversee? I would assume so.
I would assume so, that they would oversee that, and, you know, we would also be involved. It is an estimate from a contractor that the building owner works with and has worked with, were some other agencies or people in that building. So it is an estimate.
Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Representative Sherwood?
Thank you. So if I'm understanding correct, the 520 space rental is something that ANI is covering now. So would this show up as a deduction in their budget if you guys are taking this on? That's my first question. And then my second one is there any opportunity to renegotiate what you're paying in rent? Because then the state is now investing in somebody's private property to make it nicer or more functional. And has there been conversations with the property owner about a reduction in rent to help cover these costs? Thank you.
That's it. Madam Chair. Yes, Representative Sherwood. That is not a conversation we have had yet. The lease that ANI has with this floor that we are occupying most of, it is up for negotiation or renegotiation of that contract for leasing in the middle of the 25-26 budget. So those conversations will be had. We've touched on it, but we know it's coming up. So that is something that ANI is aware of. And I do not know about a reduction in their budget for the leasing.
Director Hibbard?
Apologies.
Mr. Chairman, excuse me, Madam Chairman. Clearly the expectation is that the owner's property is improved, that he does not get to increase our lease. The lease would be predicated on the property that is in place now. Well, no lease increase for us adding value to the building. And no, because ANI's lease budget would not be impacted because we're going to have the same space. Basically, we're just improving the space with the expectation that we don't have to pay more in lease. Hope that makes sense.
Final questions on this topic? Any follow-up? I see some furrowed brows. Okay, we're good. All right, moving on, Mr. Ornelas.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Moving on to page 46, we have priority request 3B, which is the industry data subscription. Again, you have heard a little bit about this previously through Chairman Throne's presentation. This really is to, I guess, fortify and increase our access to some of these critical data subscriptions. Internol is the one that you spoke with Ms. Normie about, which is it's a database that compiles a whole host of pertinent information from FERC filings to other commission filings to annual filings, SEC filings, a large swath of data that is somewhat time-consuming and difficult to compile by ourselves and access. So our hope is that this will make us more efficient in our duties and our review of the applications that come before the commission. Moving on to priority number 4, we have an increase in our consulting service budget request. This is an increase that would raise it from approximately $245,000 a year to just over $525,000 a year. This one really is driven by the increased workload, the complexity of some of the subject matters that we're starting to deal with, as well as the staffing turnovers that we've experienced in recent years. To begin 2023, our agency of 6 began with 3 employees, 0 economic analysts on staff, and including a vacancy at our deputy administrator position, which I'm happy has now been filled, but did remain vacant from September of 22 through January of this year. So we have relied more and more and increasingly on outside consulting expertise to assist us in the volume of work as well as some of the more complex challenges that we need specialization in. I believe this will continue into the future as we continue to look at things such as the HB 200 carbon capture utilization and sequestration applications in order to reach out to the engineering expertise that it is not really viable to keep in-house on our staff. There are other more complex issues, but really that is the driver behind this request. This is a little bit of a ebb and flow, so it is the spend of these funds is determined sometimes on the volume of work within a certain time frame, which can change from year to year. And to the extent these funds are not fully utilized, they would be credited back to utilities in the next biennium.
Representative Larson.
We've been doing this for a couple of years now. It's just been through the B11 process, and we're just getting rid of that. We're giving you more authority as you need it because it's been identified, but we're making it more transparent and getting away from doing it through a B11 process. Isn't that fair to say?
Chairman Nethercott, Representative Larson, thank you for that. So we have had a standard consulting budget, like I say, of approximately $245,000. It did not always get utilized because we were fully staffed in years past and capable of most of the workload and dockets that came before the commission. In order to carry the elevated work level that Chairman Throne alluded to during the past year and due to our staffing challenges, we did rely quite heavily on consulting. I think we had 7 consulting contracts over this last year that utilized 100% of the existing consulting funds. And I did do one B11 to increase those funds for some additional services. But this will expand that and allow us a little bit more flexibility and ability to contract for the needs that we need.
Representative Walters.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. With an additional position as requested, will you see it, you anticipate a decrease in the need for the consulting work that you've seen in the past due to a lack of people in existing positions and then just an overall lack of folks available?
I know, right?
Madam Chair, Representative Walters, thank you for that question. Over time, it is potential that we could see a decrease in this. I think one of the things we need to recognize is although we are fully staffed at the moment, and if we were to bring on a 7th, there is a period of growth. These are highly specialized fields, and it will take some time for them to really get up to speed and become the expert that we expect in this field. During that time period, I anticipate backfilling some of those with outside expertise. And again, it is just subject to kind of the ebb and flows of our work docket. As Chairman Throne mentioned, last year was one of the busiest seasons for regulated utility work that I've experienced in my 12 or so years in this industry. So, I'm hoping that subsides somewhat, but at the moment it's not looking as though it will. So 2024 and beyond will likely be just as busy. And we'll have need for those funding.
Representative Stitt?
Madam Chairman, Mr. Ornelas and Ms. Throne, thank you for your work this past year. It seems like it was an extraordinary workload in connection, for example, with the Rocky Mountain Power rate case, and thank you for your work on that. Speaking of maybe adding more work to you, my understanding is that when an investor-owned utility that operates in multiple states files an integrated resource plan, but there's not really a public hearing associated with that in Wyoming, but that in some of the other states there are. How much more burdensome would it be to you if state law were to require that when a utility files an integrated resource plan, that there were a public hearing about that?
Either.
Would you like to start, or would you like me to take the first swing?
Go ahead, Ms. Throne.
Madam Chair, Representative Stith, currently under our rules, we accept the integrated resource plan for filing. We review it. We generally hold a public comment hearing. We don't have the involved contested case proceeding that we did, for the rate case with the Rocky Mountain Power 2019 or integrated resource plan. We used our authority to initiate an investigation into that, and that was a very complex, expensive case that required our division to use its consulting fees. So there's a bill pending. It's a Corps committee bill that would probably get us more into the contested case area with an IRP. And it would increase our workload. And I believe, I'm pretty sure we asked for additional staff. We asked for additional funding in the fiscal note for that bill.
Madam Chairman, follow up.
Follow up.
Ms. Throne, so if that were to pass, I mean, is that, in your view, is that worth doing? Or is that just a lot of extra noise?
Madam Chair, Representative Stith, we don't take positions on bills. But I think the integrated resource plan process, particularly for our largest investor-owned utility, is an important part of the process. There's also a second bill in that cluster of bills that would give us more ability, similar to Utah's, to oversee the all-source RFP process that Rocky Mountain Power uses, which is basically their process for procuring power to meet what they've outlined as load and demand in their integrated resource plan. So I think we asked for additional positions and funding in each of those fiscal notes, but I think those are all filed if you, I don't want to speak out of turn. The numbers are there in the fiscal notes. And I don't know if Mr. Ornelas has anything to add.
Thank you, Chairman Nethercott and Representative Stith. I don't have much to add. We take a slightly different role, of course, in the Public Service Commission. So we have always been involved in the integrated resource planning of PacifiCorp and other utilities, as well as the multi-state protocol, which kind of go hand in hand along with several of the other changes, including the west-wide development of energy markets. That is a continual 2-year cycle, the IRP. In fact, I believe it begins again this year for the 2025 planning cycle. So we will attend monthly or bi-monthly meetings. We will engage in the work group, which consists typically of over 60 different entities from around the region with varying interest. We will provide feedback during that time frame on how we believe the utility should be focusing its planning efforts. And then once the plan is filed, we typically will review that and provide comments. And in the instances where a hearing is scheduled, we typically would intervene and provide testimony to the commission. We did not anticipate that that would require additional staffing for the OCA in light of the 7th position and the increased consulting funds. We believe we could wrap that into that if that's the direction the legislation wants to go.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
just to follow up Representative Stith, I should clarify that our staff also monitors the IRP process throughout the year. There's just not a formal proceeding in front of us of the contested case variety.
All right, Administrator Ornelas, if you could continue with the budget.
I believe with that, that is the last of our exception requests, Madam Chairman, and I would be happy to address any further questions that you may have this time.
Any final questions for Mr. Ornelas? Let's give it a minute. As soon as I start to close it out, that's when they come.
Yes, Madam Chairman.
Representative Larson.
Madam Chairman, thank you. Question for both Chairman Throne and Mr. Ornelas. Your telework policies.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Representative Walters, the OCA does have telework policies. We, again, being an agency of 6, work fairly closely and do want to allow some flexibility. We found that to be a positive in terms of recruiting some of the younger generation who are more akin to telework situations. So we allow up to 2 days currently teleworking at home. We have policies in place that require them to be available within minutes to ensure that they are doing their work and meeting their deadlines. We also have quite a bit of a intensive travel schedule throughout the year. So this also allows us to complete some of that work when we're not able to be physically at our desks. So we've found that helpful, and I believe it's a policy we'll hope to continue into the future.
All right, with that, we will close
Chairman
out.
Throne, can I get Chairman Throne? Madam Chair.
Oh, sure. I'm sorry.
apologize.
Yeah.
That's
Ms.
okay.
Throne.
Madam Chair, Representative Walters, I'm going to turn that question over to Ms. Norby, who, as I like to say, actually does run the place.
Ms. Norby.
Madam Chair, Representative Walters, we have telework at the administration level as well. We allow that intermittently and as approved by supervisors. We do not have anyone that is permanently working by telework. We don't have anyone that has a schedule of telework. We really just utilize that for flexibility, but in large part, most of our employees are in the office most of the time. So it is utilized, but not on a regular basis.
And Madam Chair, just to follow up on that, I think it's important when we have a lot of young analysts with young families that we provide, the flexibility as needed for those situations. It helps us retain staff. And then for people like me who are more older and have health issues, it also helps us retain staff. But it's not a regular telework schedule.
All right. With that committee, the Public Service Commission is completed. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being prepared and coming so early. Appreciate your time. Okay, so committee and the public, we're still live, and just to keep everyone apprised of what's going on, we're gonna take a quick 3 to 4 minute break and bring in the Office of Tourism, and there's a dozen or so of them out here, so it will take a while to get them situated in the room. But stay close, please. Don't think of it as a break, but stretch your legs as we bring in the Office of Tourism, and we're gonna move forward. Representative Henderson, could you go recover the House members? Go get the House members.
This is the call of the House.
Specifically looking for Representatives Wanitzer, Stith, Henderson, and Larson.
We won't have any questions if we don't have those.
All right, we are coming back from our mid-morning break. We are with the Wyoming Tourism Board. It is wonderful to have you here. Thanks for being flexible with time and schedule. As you've heard, and for members of the public watching online, we are working through our agenda rapidly and expeditiously. And so we are joined here this morning with the Executive Director, Diane Chaubert, to walk us through the Wyoming Tourism Board's budget, which is Agency 66 committee members. Welcome, Director Chaubert. It's good to see you here this morning. If you'd like to go ahead and introduce yourself to the committee and proceed with the budget.
Thank you, Chairman Nethercott, Chairwoman Nethercott. Pardon me about that. It's nice to see all of you members of the Joint Appropriations Committee. I'm Diane Schober. I'm the Executive Director at the Wyoming Office of Tourism. And here with me today are 9 members of the Wyoming Tourism Board. Our Chairman, Mr. Mike Keller with Zenterra Parks and Resorts out of Yellowstone. He serves in an at-large position. Vice Chairman, Mr. Tony O'Brien, Little Americas Wyoming, both Cheyenne and Green River, and he serves as a representative of District 1. Mr. John Johnson with the Johnson Restaurant Group, which is headquartered in Casper. He represents District 2. Sean Parker with Sheridan Travel and Tourism in Sheridan. He serves as a representative from District 3. Mr. Mark Tesoro out of Evanston, Retail Sporting Goods, and Mark is also the president of the nonprofit Southwest Wyoming Off-Road Trail. He's a representative from District 4. Mr. Quentin Blair with Blair Hotels in Cody, Riverton, and Ucross. He serves as a representative from District 5. Ms. Charisse Meadows Haas, Town Square Inns in Jackson. She serves as a representative from District 6. Mr. Ken Barkey with the Prime Rib Restaurant in Gillette. He serves in an at-large position. And Mr. Bud Betts with the Absaroka Ranch in DuBois, and Bud also serves in an at-large position. Also, members of our team who will assist in the presentation today are Kari Akins, our Director of Strategy and Business Operations, and Michelle Howard, our Senior Director of Brand Strategy. James Schoon, our Director of Global Partnerships, and Deanne Roccaforte, our Senior Accounting Manager, are also here in the audience in case we need them. And with that, Madam Chairman, we're ready to proceed through our budget. And just so you know, I know you're going rather quickly today. We have timed ourselves and we're right at about 25 minutes. And so we can stay on course with that, but however you want to do this with questions, if you want to hold them till the end or ask intermittently, we're fine either way.
We'll just see how it goes.
All right, sounds good. Thank you very much. Starting on pages 4 through 7, the state of the agency. For the past 70 years, this agency has been responsible for the state's comprehensive tourism strategy, deploying campaigns that inspire visitors from around the world to visit the majesty of Wyoming and the truly authentic experiences in communities all across our state. We're particularly proud of the steady growth of this industry and particularly proud of the role that the tourism industry plays in Wyoming's economic strength and well-being. Last year, the overall travel industry generated $4.5 billion in direct expenditures, resulting in $247 million in travel-generated tax revenues. Sales and use tax collections from the leisure and hospitality sector during the last 2 years continue to be one of the highest contributors to revenues to the general fund. This $4 billion industry remains the largest private sector employer in the state, with earnings of over $1.2 billion in 22. The transition to funding the state's tourism marketing and development efforts from a statewide lodging tax has allowed Wyoming to be in a much needed and more competitive position. With these additional investments, were just deployed for the summer 2023 campaign. Early indicators show very positive results. Michelle will take you through this in more detail when we get to our exceptions request. But even with this increase in our budget, South Dakota, Utah, and Colorado still average a 15% greater spending power in tourism marketing than the state of Wyoming. Partnering with stakeholders and local communities to enhance and develop their visitor economies benefits both residents and visitors. Our agency's partnership are focused on educating residents on the value of tourism and providing local leaders with the tools to develop balanced visitor management plans and sustainable tourism strategies. Due to funding increase in this biennium budget, we launched a $5 million destination development program in fiscal year 23. Applications have required those local lodging tax boards to define their deliverables as it relates to the strategic plans. Each deliverable and strategic goal must be specific to that region to help develop a comprehensive statewide strategy. Through this process, to date, we have distributed $4.8 million to communities across the state of Wyoming to be utilized and finalized by June 24 of this year. The remaining $200,000 of that $5 million appropriation is being used for additional partner elevation. We have a comprehensive tracking and reporting system in place to ensure compliance and accountability. Partners across the state are grateful that this is now part of the agency's standard budget. And so on behalf of them, I would say thank you to all of you for making that happen. We presented you with some updates James did during the July meeting with some of what was happening around communities in Wyoming. Definitely, without doubt, our staff are our greatest resource and contribute to the success of our organization. We are a small agency and our team members need to be subject matters in multiple areas. Finding and retaining the best people results in universal benefits. People who are passionate about Wyoming and their work will be higher performers and remain committed to the agency and the industry. The marketplace remains dynamic with shortages in manpower evident across industries, and it is essential to retain extraordinary talent. See the present company included. Expanded marketing efforts and new endeavors do require additional human resources, which Kari will cover with you later in the exceptions request. We're also proud of our multi-agency shared initiatives. We continue to work closely with state parks and cultural resources, Wyoming Game and Fish, and the Department of Transportation on appropriate messaging and how to best manage resources as it's related to visitors. The Office of Tourism is also a vested partner in bolstering the Outdoor Recreation Office with the Wonder Map, the ORO grants, and the Shared Outdoor Recreation and Tourism Trust. We are working closely with the Department of Workforce Services and the Wyoming Business Council and our educational institutions to address workforce shortages by inspiring prospects to consider our industry as a viable career choice. And just a quick update for you, Madam Chairwoman and members of the committee. Last year, there was an appropriation of $250,000 as working with the Worth Project at the University of Wyoming. And as of today, the contract has all been signed. UW has secured $59,600 in matched funds from 15 donors and have $150,000 in matched pledges. And so we're almost at that full $250,000 that came from the Project and Reserve Fund to leverage a $500,000 investment for shoring up Worth and the initiatives there for student internships and scholarships and programs that can really help address part of that workforce pipeline. And quickly before we move on to our budget request, we want to briefly touch on the legislative reports, which are included in pages 12 through 15 of our budget. There were 2 footnotes that were included in our current biennium. Footnote 1 refers to the required $8,826,000 one-time appropriation and the request for well-developed metrics and associated outcomes resulting from this appropriation. We met with you in July and provided you an interim update, which is included here in the legislative report. But rather than go through these interim results again, Michelle will provide you with updated results as at the conclusion of our 23 summer campaign and provide a deeper dive as she presents that exception request for this to be included in our standard budget going forward. Footnote 2 on page 14 refers to the $1.5 million appropriated for renovations and enhancements at Welcome Centers and the Q1 historic site. And Kari will provide you now with that brief update. Kari?
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I'm Kari Akins, the Director of Strategy and Business Operations at the Wyoming Office of Tourism. And as you can see on page 14 of your budget book, footnote 2 appropriated $1.5 million from that Wyoming Tourism and Reserve Projects account to support renovations and enhancements at the Welcome Centers and the Quebec One State Historic Site. And you can see on pages 14 and 15, the summary of activities along with a timeline. And then in addition to the information that's provided there, I have just a couple of quick updates for you. The first one is that $275,000 has been expended, and that has been at Quebec 1 for the installation of a gallery space featuring exhibits and interpretive opportunities. That installation is actually scheduled to take place next month and should be completed by the beginning of March. So very excited about that. And then we are currently working through the RFP process right now for the Welcome Center renovations. And so we can make sure we get that done in time to have funds encumbered or expended by June 30th of this year.
All right, questions for Director Akins? All right, none right now. Please continue.
All right, thank you, Chairwoman Nethercott, and thank you, Kari, for that. So we'll move on to our actual budget request, and our budget summary can be found on page 16 of your budget book, which includes both our standard and exceptions budget request. As we move through our budget request, I also would have you reference our strategic plan, which is in your handouts, and of course I have mine. It looks like this. So it was part of your handouts. As you can see by looking at this strategic plan, there are three primary lanes of focus flowing from right to left, advancing our organizational excellence, championing the destination and the brand, and elevating our partners. And then those lead up to one comprehensive grow the statewide impact from Wyoming's visitor economy, with the ultimate goal of really driving those economic benchmarks that are found in growing the impact of the visitor economy. This strategic plan is the foundation of our industry agency budget request and reflects the entirety of our work and the allocated resources across programs. So if you see at the bottom, you can see how we've broken up our budget, and then the total budget request sits in that grow the visitor economy lane. The dedicated and reliable funding source that's provided by the statewide lodging tax allows us to more broadly explore ways in which the Office of Tourism programs and initiatives can impact the state's economy beyond our well-established marketing efforts. We're barely 18 months into a program of work utilizing these initial investments that you approved in our current biennium. And what we do know is that these investments are yielding positive results. As we developed this budget that's before you today, we remain dedicated to a strong and steady growth strategy. Hence, it's a relatively flat budget from one biennium to the next. Our standard budget narrative can be found on page 17. I know that you're all seasoned legislators and understand what we do, but suffice to say that we use data and intel to drive our strategic plan. We deploy inspiring campaigns that create awareness and drive incremental visitation. We're also committed to continuing focused efforts to address gap areas and drive shoulder season business with the support and participation of our industry. We strive to assure that all Wyoming communities prosper. And with that, Madam Chairwoman, we would ask for your approval of the $30,297,986 as per the governor's recommendation for the standard budget. Page 18 provides you a summary of Fund 441, the Wyoming Tourism Account, which funds the Office of Tourism, the Tourism Board budget. Just as a reminder of the 5% statewide lodging tax, 3% is distributed into the statewide tourism efforts, and 2% of that 5% is returned to the county in which it is collected for local tourism efforts there. Of the 3%, 80% is deposited into this Fund 441, the Wyoming Tourism Account. Funds are to be used for the Wyoming Tourism Board and the Wyoming Office of Tourism per statute. Collections began on January 1st of 2021, and the table here on page 18 reflects only that 80% of the 3% collections. We have a table later that will show you where the other 20% sits. And the special revenue account is directed by state statute 391511. So that's the fund balance. And now we'll move, if there are not any questions, we'll move along into the exceptions request. Michelle Howard and Kari Akins will take you through our exceptions request. Michelle will present on exceptions request number 1, and Kari will present on exceptions request number 2 and number 3. Michelle?
Thank you, Diane. Madam Chairwoman?
Yes, go ahead, Ms. Howard.
Thank you. Members of the Joint Appropriations Committee, as Director Schober mentioned, I'm Michelle Howard, the Senior Director of Brand Strategy for the Office of Tourism. I'm going to walk the committee through priority one, the $8.8 million exceptions request on pages 19 through 21 that was designated as one-time funding for the FY 23-24 biennium to be included in the agency's ongoing standard budget. This additional spending authority will allow the Office of Tourism to continue our robust marketing campaign to expand the Wyoming message to a much broader audience, engage in highly visible national partnerships, diversify storytelling and content coverage of the entire state, and enhance opportunities for elevating our local partners, which will result in increased economic output from the visitor economy. Since the advertising campaign is best represented visually, we sent you all a presentation link that highlighted the 23 marketing campaign for your reference. We also, I've included a handout of campaign results that says exceptions request priority number 1, looks like this. This handout will also, I can go through some of those well-developed metrics and associated outcomes resulting from this appropriation through this top-line data on the handout. So funds became available July 1 of 2022. This equated to an additional $4.4 million per fiscal year. We expended the FY23 funds by first deploying additional funding to the 22-23 winter campaign, with the majority of the FY23 funds allocated to the summer campaign. Each year, the Tourism Office contracts with a third-party research vendor, currently Smari Insights, to conduct an advertising effectiveness study to determine awareness of the campaign, efficiency of our media buy dollars, trips influenced by the ads, and overall return on investment. The results are in for the summer 2023 campaign, which achieved a very strong level of awareness at 42%. This equates to about 40 million travelers being exposed to our messaging based on our ad spend, creative ratings, and market size. The campaign remains highly efficient at a cost of 13 cents per aware household, besting Smari Insights' 29-cent average cost per aware household among other state tourism offices running national campaigns. With these additional dollars, tourism's objectives to bolster the paid media campaign and optimize the economic impact results from the marketing endeavors will continue through 4 campaign initiatives. The first initiative is to develop statewide content. Building on the momentum of the campaign to align storytelling and messaging, the tourism team develops a strategy to refresh current articles and website pages, along with creating stories around popular keyword searches to help deliver better information to search engines such as Google to ensure that Wyoming comes up as a top search result. The increased funding has allowed us to host top-tier journalists and influencers, create more video storytelling, and to build new content. The additional budget has been invested in optimizing content through our social channels, our website, and media relations, elevating the overall reach of the national paid campaign. As you can see on your handout, the 2023 measured deliverables from these efforts secured over 1,000 total placements in top publications, which resulted in about 6.8 billion impressions. In addition, we hosted 22 top-tier journalists and influencers throughout various parts of the state. Wyoming's earned media coverage further extended reach of the campaign, since nearly a third of travelers, which is about 8 million households, recalled some element of the PR campaign or read an article from the media that we'd hosted in Wyoming. Existing content was updated while new pieces were created on our website, travelwyoming.com, with key search terms that led to 652,000 new page views. Our social media channels have kept pace with the changing landscape of the digital media. We've produced quite a lot of short-form video production that elevated our video views by about 111%, and engagement metrics increasing on both Instagram and YouTube. For 2024, our content planning includes utilizing some key existing video assets along with some new Modern Explorer footage, starting with a January production featuring local Wildly Wyoming ambassador out of Cody, Aaron Mulkey, participating in winter activities, including, I think, a recent ice fest in Cody this past weekend. And then this past summer, we captured footage of a river guide from the Wyoming River Cooperative and a paleontologist and museum curator at Fossil Butte National Monument. We're also increasing our family-focused content and hosting additional media and influencers for real-time travel inspiration. Secondly, seeking brand partnerships to increase exposure by leveraging brand activations. Partnerships with other brands allow us to expand our reach beyond just our marketing efforts alone. We partnered this last year with Ford on the Wildly Wyoming video series that gave us the opportunity to work with 6 different ambassadors driving Ford Bronco vehicles all around Wyoming on 3 different routes. The ambassadors teamed up to take on challenges showcasing Wyoming's unique landscapes and activities. They did things such as fly fishing, rock climbing, and they also, the series educated viewers on what it meant to be a modern explorer and a steward of Wyoming's lands, in turn elevating the Modern Explorers and Why Responsibly campaigns on various platforms. As you can see, again, referenced on the handout, the 2023 measurable deliverables from that Ford partnership. We had 5 20-minute episodes of Wildly Wyoming highlighted on social channels, connected TV, outside, and the Wyoming Office of Tourism channels, resulting in over 11 million impressions, 8 million video views, 78,000 page views, and 54,000 clicks to the Wildly Wyoming landing page. People engaged with that content, spent over 3.5 minutes on the page, and then that resulted in about 1,500 clicks to local partner pages. To capitalize on that momentum for Wildly Wyoming, for 2024, we plan to continue promoting that series across various channels, including the Outside Network, and layering in other efforts to promote those assets and to promote travel planning and using the series as inspiration. We'll continue to repurpose those assets, but also we're going to elevate some of the local guides that were featured in that series, all driving to that custom landing page to continue to try to inspire people to book their own Wildly Wyoming trip. Next, expanding our media channels by expanding our national media exposure. Previous ad effectiveness studies have showed a lift in influence trips and overall return on investment when strong national advertising and public relations are active. The additional budget strengthens the plan by increasing the weight with a national audience, the duration of the media flight, and leveraging innovative new technology and platforms so that the ad units can further enhance the current media plan. If you can see from your handout, the final performance metrics for the campaign for summer of 2023, we had about a 486 million audience reach, 2.1 million clicks to travelwyoming.com from paid advertising. That was up about 35% from 2022. We had over 222,000 consumer engagement, which includes like watching videos, reading online articles. That was up about 110% from 2022, and over 80,000 travel guide orders. The overall effectiveness and efficiency of the marketing campaign includes the return on investment that's referenced in your handout, with 1.17 total influence trips. These are trips above and beyond the trips that the unaware audience would also have taken to Wyoming. So this is completely influence trips by the ad campaign. 1.35 billion spent by those incremental travelers during their Wyoming vacation. That was up 12% from 2022. 53.9 million in tax revenue directly attributable again to the incremental expenditures generated by the campaign, which was about $10.30 returned on every dollar invested in the campaign. Overall, the ad effectiveness study showed significant results for those that were aware of our paid advertising, driving that 14% increase in visitation year over year. For 2024, we're continuing with a solid mix of advertising channels, utilizing a variety of media partnerships, including Expedia, TripAdvisor, Spotify, and Pandora, to focus on bringing awareness about Wyoming as a travel destination and the variety of things to do when you get here, booking deals, and how to travel responsibly and be a good steward of our lands. Lastly, we invest obviously in marketing co-ops to partner with our local communities and elevate their efforts. We understand the importance of elevating those local communities with their marketing efforts by investing $880,000 in about 80+ opportunities through vendor collaboration in our national campaign for partners to participate in. The 2023 measured deliverables on your handout resulted in over 228,000 partner referrals from our website to local businesses, including accommodations, restaurants, and attractions. That's a 52% increase from fiscal year 22. Expenditures made by non-residents for the purchase of goods and services within Wyoming and that associated sales tax revenue generated from those expenditures contribute to the growth and sustainability for Wyoming residents, as well as local and state governments. Investing in robust marketing campaign enhances the benefit of this export economy. All of these efforts combine to increase brand exposure and to align all of our programs and disperse travelers throughout the state.
Ms. Howard, we have a question from
Yes.
Representative Stitt.
Madam Chairman, thank you for that. And certainly it's been interesting to see the robust marketing efforts the Tourism Board has made. And those do seem to be successful. But it sounds like in this request, you're not just asking that we approve $8.2 million in special revenue for this continued marketing, but you're also asking that be included in your standard budget. So I think the question some of us may have is that would take the standard budget from 30 million to 39, almost 38, 39. So that's a 30% increase in your standard budget. And the reluctance that some of us may have to do that is that once something gets into your standard budget, to some extent, it disappears from our scrutiny in the future, okay? Big picture, of course, is that before the statewide lodging tax, special revenue was only about $23 million. 2018 budget, $23 million. We implement the statewide lodging tax, it raises a lot more money than we thought it would at $39 million a year or so. So what's the case for saying that instead of evaluating this every 2 years, whether we should spend this extra money on specific items, whether we should instead freeze it and kind of fossilize it into this particular portion by putting it in the standard budget?
Why don't you start and then I'll add in as we need.
Ms. Howard?
Madam Chairman, Representative Stitt, I think that what we're trying to show by explaining some of the results that we're seeing, and Diane referenced this even in her intro, Wyoming still is behind as far as the amount of money that we invest in marketing campaigns compared to our regional competitive states. And in order to stay competitive and when people are looking for that maybe Western vacation, choosing Wyoming over a Montana, a Colorado, South Dakota, I think we need to have that money invested ourselves in the Wyoming message and getting that out across a broader audience. When we look at the overall study that SMARI does for us on the ad effectiveness, because I'm only giving top line data here, we obviously have an entire report that drills down into this information. When you look at the amount of visitation that comes to Wyoming from the unaware compared to the aware, that's that incremental travel that I'm referencing in this report, it's pretty significant. And I think that if we continue to let regional competitive states outspend us, promote their areas, we're going to miss out on that business coming to Wyoming. And that's why I would say to put this additional money into our ongoing standard budget is going to allow us to continue to be more consistent and staying relevant in that marketplace, especially given our regional competitive set that is outspending us by, I forget what Director Schober.
15%.
15%.
Any follow-up, Representative Stitt, before we go to Director Hibbert?
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And Representative Stith, I believe that the analogy that you just provided has already been addressed by the legislation. 80% of this goes to the tourism account and the other 20% goes to the projects accounts. I think that's what the intention was then. And I'm kind of getting in front of the tourism board, but just want to give you a couple of statistics real quick. The current cash balance of January 1st of this year was 44.8 million, more than the budget request itself in reserve. And in the project reserve account, the 20% that they'll be talking about here earlier, the cash balance of January 1st is 7.2 million. So there's $7.2 million to address what you believe, I think we're talking about as memorializing this in a standard versus having the options for the accounts. I think that's in legislation.
Representative Stitt.
Madam Chairman, more of a comment than a question. For me, it's just, maybe it turns out that the advertising market changes and maybe there's a better way to spend tourism dollars in the future, but we kind of, the policy question is, do you lock in this $8 million for advertising, right? Do you lock that into the standard budget and then we don't really talk about it ever again? Or do we reevaluate it every 2 years? That's kind of the policy question.
Director Schober.
Chairwoman Nethercutt, thank you. If I may, Representative Stiff, as we are requesting this to be part of our standard budget, what we can tell you today is what we know based on the best information available for the greatest efficiency to reach the most relevant consumers possible. That certainly changes over time. And, you know, technology changes over time. And so the strategies that sit behind that may change, but the resources needed to carry those out are what we're requesting. And so that may very well change. As with any product, you know, and our product is a service, right? An experience here in Wyoming, you're building up brand equity, and brand equity allows you to have a greater awareness and presence in the mind of a consumer. And that's what we're after. We're driving to sustain and have a consistent investment in building the brand equity. The brand is Wyoming. How we deploy that through marketing programs and other initiatives will change as it's relevant for how consumers need their media, how they want it, what, you know, I mean, obviously we changed our messaging during COVID. It was very different than what we're messaging today. And so that's really what the investment is, to have a consistent investment in that brand equity, and to, as Michelle referenced and I did earlier, to make sure that Wyoming is competitively positioned. And we've used the example of every time someone sees an ad that is advertising Yellowstone National Park from the state of Montana, they're going to the Montana website, the visitmt.com. They're planning their trip through that Montana website, through Montana towns, to get to and from, if that's their destination. And that's a lost visitor for us. That's lost revenue for the state of Wyoming. And that's why the competitive positioning is so important too. It's, you know, this is an industry just like many other verticals, and we have to remain competitive and build that brand equity.
Senator Guru.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Couple of quick questions to kind of get at Representative's just question about this. I want to make sure that I heard all this right. We started collections of the lodging tax with the new law that passed in 2021, correct? So the first year of collections we could chart was 2022 to look back at those 2021. Is that also correct? Okay. So, and when we set this up, and I was involved in this, and one of the things that we all talked about at this committee was to set up a 5-year rolling average so we can really see what the real dollars are, because we've been through a global pandemic. We've been through a heightened time where people traveled only in the United States because they couldn't travel anywhere else. And now things are starting to level out a little bit and starting to settle out. So we still don't know really what this fund is capable of. It's capable, obviously, of more than we thought it would in the beginning, some of us. But we still don't know. Is that also true?
Director?
Madam Chairwoman, yes. Senator Guru, yes.
And we won't know that question until 2027 to get a 5-year rolling average of those dollars. Is that also true?
Madam Chairwoman, Senator Guru, yes.
One last follow-up.
I love the cross-examination, leading question.
No problem. Just leave them, just throwing them out there, just give them a chance to hit them. There you go, no problem. Well, I know there's some hard ones to come. So one last question. Talk about what we've been able to do, what you've been able to do with the extra money that you've been able to acquire. And I just want to talk about, you know, previously, the budget really just kind of hit the high points, the big destinations within the framework of Wyoming. And this has enabled you to do much more. Could you give like just a couple of quick examples of that?
Chairwoman Nethercutt, Senator Guru, I may lean on Michelle for this a bit, but I think some of the main things that have happened, not just with the 8.8, but even in the other investments that you made in our budget in the last year, is that $5 million in destination development, which has clearly been distributed across all 23 counties. We shared with you some of the projects that our local communities are working on to actually grow the visitor economy. Also by this marketing investment, you know, in the olden days when I started, we did spot market only. We'd go by zip codes, and it might be Dallas or Chicago. But today what you do is you can break all of this down through lifestyle. So having a much larger investment allows us to reach someone in New York and Florida in markets like LA where we couldn't afford to be in. And so you're really subscribing to lifestyles and your marketing is so much more efficient. That's part of the evolution, Representative Stith, that, as you change in how your marketing dollars are deployed. Being able to expand content stories. If you were able to look at the presentation that we sent to you, we're doing content stories across all 23 counties. That's part of our goal and our promise to you. When we came to you, I've been here many years, and you've said, what are you doing for other smaller communities to really drive the visitor economy? And so we actually have examples of that where we've been able to demonstrate it, and we're actually having results of increased visitation. One of our strategic endeavors on our strategic plan is to grow visitation and overnights in select areas of the state of Wyoming. There's a company where we pull in aggregated hotel performance for overnight visitors. And because of the size of some of our communities, they will group them together. An example would be Bighorn County with the communities there, or there might be Weston and Niobrara and Crook County grouped together so that they're looking at overnights. We pulled the comparison from the summer, which is Q3, July, August, September of 22, July, August, and September of 23 to see actually what that rate of occupancy and hotel demand was. And it was up 6.1% over those years. Those are examples of, certainly there's other communities who are working around this. Our local lodging tax boards across the state are working to drive visitation. But when we're all working together to do this heavy lift, we actually can influence those kinds of economic benchmarks in local communities that matter to those people in Niobrara and Goshen and Weston County. So those are just some examples. There are many, and we would stay here with you all day if you would have us and share some of the other examples that are working from the tourism dollars. And we're still learning too. We're still optimizing and making sure that these are targeted and delivering those results that we want and that you expect.
Senator Guru?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And one last comment. I know, as you recall, Diane, and I know some of the members who've been here for a few years, always remember that one of our members, former member, would always take his cell phone during Diane's presentation and put in the Google search travel Wyoming, and then would kind of give a hard time about what came up before Wyoming tourism, Montana tourism, South Dakota tourism, whatever. I would hope everyone would take note if you go on Google search today and type travel Wyoming, that the Wyoming Office of Tourism comes up. Diane, would you think that probably has something to do with the efforts that you all have undertaken?
Madam Chairwoman and Senator Guru. Absolutely. Yes, I would.
Thank you.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair.
Senator Kinski?
On pages 20 to 21, under each of the initiatives, you have measured deliverables to date, impressions, followers, so forth. And then on page 21, you cite 3 of the measurables that you're going to follow. What I don't see is where you think you're going to get to on those numbers with the extra $8 million. Do you have an objective? In other words, are you going to, for instance, co-ops, 15,000 partner referrals? Is the extra 8 going to get you to 20,000 partner referrals, 22,000? Do you have a target for each of these deliverables with the money?
Chairwoman Nethercott and Senator Kinski and have Michelle weigh in on the back end of this. But with this additional money, you realize that we've only deployed 4.4 million of it in fiscal year 23. You'll see the second half of this 8.8 being deployed for the summer of 24. And we actually have some going into winter that's in market right now. So we're still building up what those metrics can be. But we do set a challenge goal for all of our agencies that were vendors that work for us, our ad agency, our PR firm, to exceed where industry benchmarks are. There are industry benchmarks for a variety of these particular marketing endeavors. And Michelle, if you can provide any further details on that, I know that I'm sure Senator Kinski would appreciate it.
Yeah, Madam Chairwoman, Senator Kinski, we set different goals for a variety of the metrics that they're very different maybe for co-ops. I mean, that may have some capacity issues. We only have so many partners. Certainly the destination development funds have allowed them to do more with their dollars, and they can participate in more of these co-ops. Other things like how our media is performing on a national level, that may have, like Diane was mentioning, national benchmarks that we set with our vendor partners, whether that's the PR agency or the ad agency. So we certainly put goals around all of the initiatives that we invest in. It just varies depending on, you know, if we're investing those in like co-ops for industry partners versus a national media buy.
Follow up.
Sure.
It intended to be a softball. I was trying to address Representative Stiff's concern that if it becomes an ongoing expenditure that we lose all track. I was hoping you actually had those benchmarks in place. So again, you say measurable, we have 15,000 partner referrals, but you don't say how many you're going to get, how many more you're going to get with the money. On each of the deliverables, have you set what you think you can hit with the extra $8 million as an ongoing expenditure? Because that we can monitor.
Madam Chairwoman, Senator Kensky, I can get you those metrics around what we're trying to, as Diane mentioned, we only invested the 4.4 million in this past year. So we set goals and metrics around that 4.4 million. We wanted to look at that over the entire $8.8 million investment for this coming summer campaign too. We can show those goals and that context that we have for what we're trying to achieve and hit with another year of investing that full 4.4 million in a campaign.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Follow up. Make it short and sweet. You know, before we had 15, we spent 4 million. Our goal was to get to 20 with the 4 million. We got to 20. We think the extra 4, we can get to 25, whatever it is, just 3 columns.
Okay.
Okay.
Madam Chairman.
Senator Anderson?
Madam Chairman, I heard Senator Grew talk about the battle that we had to get the organization off the general file. Everybody wanted them to off the general file, so they agreed to go for this lodging tax methodology that was questionable what it would produce for them. And the onus was on them to increase the business, and that would bring in more revenue. And I would submit to you, because we're talking about increasing the budget here from that money, that they've done that. They have accomplished that and quite nicely. And the more they advertise, the more we're going to have in revenue coming in that should go to this agency to increase our exposure. You know, we talk about, we lose track of it in the budget, but we don't. It's right here in the book. At any time, we can look at it and see what they're doing and work it. But I would submit to you that the board that they have is very capable of working that. That's a very impressive board, and you've seen some of them here, but the whole board is very impressive, and so is the staff. That they know what they're doing and they know how to penetrate those markets and get people here, and they're proving that. So I'm all for supporting this, our number 2 industry in this state, with any amount of money that they can bring in by the efforts that they make to increase tourism. So that's just a comment. It could be a softball, but.
I don't think there's a question there unless you want to answer in some way. So, with that, I think we are on page 22. Let's get back to the budget book.
We are.
Michelle, are you finished up with yours?
Yes, Madam Chairwoman, I just wanted to say that the Office of Tourism is officially requesting the governor's recommended incremental $8,826,000 to continue supporting marketing and outreach goals directly tied to increasing the economic impacts from the visitor economy. And I'm happy to answer any additional questions.
Commentary from the committee? Closing arguments? All right. You'd like to continue through the book?
Madam Chairwoman. Members of the committee, I'm here to discuss our exception request priorities number 2 and 3, which are related to funding for 2 positions within the Wyoming Office of Tourism. Over the last 20 years, Wyoming's travel economy has grown substantially. And since 2010, there have been 24 positions at the Wyoming Office of Tourism. Currently, 2 of these positions are vacant and not funded. So our requests in priorities 2 and 3 are for the funding for those 2 existing positions. For further context, in 2010, when 24 positions were originally funded, travel-generated spending contributed $2.6 billion to Wyoming's economy. In 2022, it contributed $4.5 billion. So looking at priority number 2, exception request, which is on page 22, that is for
Representative Larson?
Did we defund them at some point? Was this a, tell me why they're not funded. Did we do that in 15, 16, or 21, 22, something like that?
Director Schober?
Madam Chairwoman and Representative Larson, because Kari doesn't have the historical context with our agency. One of the positions was reallocated through realignment through welcome centers. And so we just didn't refund that. We distributed those resources. And then the other position became vacant a little over 2 years ago. We've reported those to you in agency vacancy reports. And again, we reallocated those resources as we moved some positions that were needed for greater subject matter. And so realign some positions, but those are the reasons why.
Follow up?
Director Schober, so help me. I'm not sure that I'm completely tracking with it. So we didn't defund them, but you moved the funds.
Madam Chairwoman and Representative Larson, that's correct.
Follow up, Madam Chairman. So was that part of employment compensation that you use those funded positions then to, before we done the employee compensation package that has left them vacated, or tell us what happened, where the funds went?
Madam Chairwoman and Representative Larson, one of the positions was located at the Northeast Wyoming Welcome Center. And as we got that facility up and running, we realized that we didn't need the full-time capacity there, but we needed a position at the location in Cheyenne. And so we changed that and we elevated the responsibilities of the position that we needed in Cheyenne. So that took some of the funding there. The position on the research manager that we had before, when that was vacated, that was right at the beginning of COVID. And so we left that one vacant. Over time, those 2 positions that became vacant within our agency that needed to be funded before you had done the compensation were not anywhere near what the market would bear to hire. And so we had to take some of those funds from the vacant position and move into those positions that we had to rehire. One specifically was for the Director of Strategy and Business Operations. The woman who had been there for over 20 years. And when she retired, the compensation was about $30,000 short of what other agencies were paying for like positions. And so we just had to adjust. And that has really been what has happened to those, not anything that we were trying to do. We were just trying to allocate resources to meet the needs of the agency and the demands of the marketplace as you replace. That's really where it comes in. It's not in existing employees. It's when you get ready to fill a position and the marketplace requires more than what the state was paying. But your compensation increases have to help address that. I mean, I certainly want to say thank you to you all for that, because we don't find ourselves to be in as difficult a position as what we were before.
Madam Chair.
Representative Walters?
Thank you, Madam Chair. On this employee issue, I just remind the committee that the legislature authorizes the budget authority, but does not authorize the specific employee count within this agency.
Representative Walters, can you restate that?
The legislature, thank you, Madam Chair. The legislature will authorize the budget authority, the overall budget authority within this agency. We will not authorize a position count. So if you look at other agencies, there will be in agency X 38 positions. In this one, they tell us how many they have, but in their chart and their table, it will not show a certain number of employees, because the legislature does not authorize an exact employee count in this agency. Business Council is another one that's very similar to this, where we authorize the budget authority, but not the employee count essentially.
Thank you, Representative. Director?
Madam Chairwoman and Representative Walters, and to the members of the committee, we have always, though, even though what you state is accurate, we have always provided you with an employee count. And as Kari referred, in 2010, we did get additional positions when we opened the Northeast Welcome Center. That's the last time we had additional positions. And that brought us to an agency employment count of 24. We currently have 22 positions that we are filled and are working, and the request is for these additional two to be funded. So just within that, and we're happy to provide you at any time additional information, but we've been complying with vacancy reports and other components that you've requested.
Representative Larson?
So to close the loop on that, we don't approve the number of positions, but we do approve the funding.
Madam Chairwoman and Representative Larson, yes, that's correct.
And so you kept, Madam, if I may, just want to make sure, so that was in your Series 100, that was in your Series 100. You took that money from those two positions and spread it out amongst your Series 100.
Madam Chairwoman and Representative Larson, that's correct.
Thank you.
Just gonna let it sit for a minute. Wait for some more questions. I know you have some. Are we ready to move on?
That's why we're here.
Yes.
All right, all right. Go ahead and proceed.
Madam Chairwoman, I'll go into the specifics, starting with priority number 2, which starts on page 22, and that is for a data analyst. The total for the request is $219,348, and that is special revenue funded from that 441 account, the Wyoming tourism account. The job description on page 22 goes over our need to enhance our decision-making process with data-driven insights. Upcoming and ongoing projects that we know would benefit directly from the funding of a data analyst include the Shooting Sports Task Force, Wyoming's Task Force for America's 250th commemoration, supporting economic benchmarks in air travel, in the hospitality and tourism workforce, and large event impacts such as the Camporee, which will be taking place in Campbell County, the State Fair, National High School Finals Rodeo, College Finals Rodeo, plus the numerous rodeos that are hosted throughout the state. Additionally, this position could further assist communities that fall under our Tier 3 of destination development, meaning they collect less than $500,000 in lodging tax over a 3-year average and have less than 900 tourism-related jobs. So these communities often have more limited resources when it comes to the ability to analyze data on their own. There are 14 counties that fall under this designation, including Converse, Niobrara, Platte, Goshen, Johnson, Campbell, Crook, Weston, Lincoln, Sublette, Uinta, Bighorn, Hot Springs, and Washakie counties. So this would improve our ability to support their communities in their destination development and help them make more data-driven decisions. And so with that, Madam Chairwoman, we respectfully request your approval of the governor's recommendation for the $219,348 to fund the data analyst position as our priority number 2. For
Questions
exception
on
request.
the data analyst?
Yes.
Representative Henderson?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I don't want to disrupt anything here, but I do have a question on, I mean, there's a lot of dynamics involved, it seems. And so you've done some remarkable things in a short period of time. And so what I'm thinking, my question is are you being held back by the quantity of the workforce or the timing of the information? And what I mean by that is, are you able to get a lot of your information from other sources that are already in place, either, you know, within the state or from outside the state, where maybe we don't need an extra FTE, you know, ongoing, but maybe we need some manpower on a short temporary basis to accomplish certain goals in your strategic plan?
Whoever wants to answer.
Chairman Nethercott and Representative Henderson, it's a fair question. And we explored that. We actually, over the last few years, have worked with an intern through the University of Wyoming through their economics division. We have worked closely with the economic analysis division through the state of Wyoming. But when it comes down to specific questions around the tourism industry itself, you need that concentration and someone to own this particular area of data. Data is just a number unless you understand the interrelated connections together. And in order to be able to provide you with metrics that you want, or our partners at, at Visit Cheyenne, or even in Niobrara County, where they really need help guiding strategy. That's why the focus is so important, because like any industry, tourism has its own nuances around it. It's a service sector. It covers a lot of verticals. And so while we have attempted to use contractors and interns and others, because there are resources, we are getting along. But I don't think that we are bringing the best information forward for our own decision-making and information for you as you're asking questions of us. I think we can make this much more refined. And we also believe that through this position, we can support other elements of economic growth across Wyoming, be it through other state agencies or other initiatives.
Yes.
Thank you for that answer. And so having said that, is it possible that maybe we need to step back and take a look at our overall state organization, because economic development affects a lot of things? And so I'm just asking, is this a time, having had a few years from the time of, the inception of the lodging revenue to where we are now, where we want to be in 5 years? Is it time maybe to take a look at that, how we're organized overall?
Director?
Madam Chairwoman and Representative Henderson, with an industry, the size and magnitude of what the visitor economy is, and certainly the State Office of Tourism is one entity to drive that. There are many others that contribute to this growth, but the subject matter expertise that's required to grow a visitor economy versus other kinds of economic development do not always align. A lot of traditional economic development, I know that the Business Council was here before you in December. A lot of their work is very confidential. It's very one-on-one to grow economic opportunities. The visitor economy is very different. You're communicating to much larger audiences. It's a service sector. And so there are some sweet spots where there is an intersection of common goals. And we find that with state parks and game and fish. And that's where we try to leverage those multi-agency partnerships, is when we hit that sweet spot of shared objectives. But the other times where those circles aren't intersecting, we need to stay focused on what we're doing and be aware of what's happening in the periphery, but staying focused on the objectives to drive the visitor economy are important.
Representative Larson.
Thank you, Director Schober. When we or Corey, whoever, in other agencies, when we see the new positions, we see a position, or it's a 9 or a 10, or goes through HRD to verify that it validates the salary we're doing. I'm assuming you guys go through the same process.
Yeah.
Madam Chairwoman, Representative Larson, actually, we do not have classified positions similar to the Wyoming Business Council. So our request is based on similar salary levels within our agency.
However,
There is,
Madam Chairwoman, Representative Larson, we do a walkover of HRD. We, have met with HRD on numerous occasions and for positions so that we are looking at similar scopes of responsibility and latitude of judgment. There are no marketing classifications anywhere in the state government classifications. It's difficult. And so you have to look at other attributes associated with the position to see where we are. And I think these are both, if I'm not mistaken, they would be at what would be a level 9 and considered in some of the HRD classifications. We do go through those, and the budget for the salary request is in line with where those HRD recommendations are on the tables.
Thank you.
Questions on the data analyst? All right, seeing none, let's continue on.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Our priority 3 exception request is on page 24, and that is for the industry development manager. Total request, once again, is for the $219,348. And in the description on page 24, you can see the major needs for this position center around local strategic plan implementation, grant administration, and then also visitor information center coordination. Really, it boils down to working more hand in hand with our industry partners at that local level in what we know is a very highly competitive world of tourism. Funding this position would ensure that those destination development, that funding is going towards effective programs to expand and grow those local visitor economies. And then also help our office better support our partners with training and assistance for compliance with the use of those funds, as well as work to make sure that all of our visitor centers in the state are immersive and informative hubs, tying those local attractions and those lesser known points of interest to the more commonly traveled paths. And so with that, we respectfully request your approval for the governor's recommendation for the $219,348 to fund the industry development position.
Madam Chairman.
Representative Wolf Stitt?
Yes, Madam Chairman, thank you. Ms. Eakins, can you give me just a little better sense of what this person would do each day when they come to work? Right? Because I hear industry development manager. I think of someone managing 5 or 6 other people, but it sounds like that's not what they're going to be doing. What does this person do when they come to work? That's not what function is going to be performed that's not being performed now.
Madam Chairwoman and Representative Stith. So additional liaison and coordination with our visitor information centers that are not managed by the Wyoming Office of Tourism is a big part of that. We only have the Northeast Center and the Southeast Center that we actually oversee and manage. Everything else is managed either by your local DMOs or many by state parks. And so you have a lot of welcome centers or visitor information type centers, and they do a really good job of doing their best to align with what we are putting out as our message for those visitors and helping connect with things. But we have been unable to be proactive in our support of them. And making sure that as we have developed this new statewide content and we're doing these new marketing efforts on the ground when people enter our state, are they getting that same experience and getting those same pointing to where else they can go in that community besides just the very well-known things that everybody's familiar with. And then the other piece of that is that the destination development funding is new. We are just about to go through our first round of compliance and then reissuing those grant applications. And we are finding that that is a heavy lift for the existing staff. And so because this person already is acting in a liaison coordination position, then it would be great for them to also be that point of contact and being able to proactively give them information and resources for the deployment of those destination development funds, which really for them comes back to being better able to implement their local strategic plans.
Madam Chairman, follow up. Thank you for the specificity. I appreciate that. So part of what this person might be doing is say there's a welcome center in Rock Springs that's run by the Chamber of Commerce locally. So this manager would show up and say, gosh, you're doing things okay, but I think you could do them better, and why don't you do it different? Is that what this person will be doing?
Madam Chairwoman, Representative Stith, I would say providing additional guidance, right? That right now they're having to find on their own. We do our best to be as available as we can and certainly respond as best as we can, but I don't think we feel like we are doing as well as we would like to in this respect.
All right, seeing none, go ahead and continue.
All right, thank you, Kari. Madam Chairwoman and members of the committee, I'm going to bring it home now. So we're on the final stretch. While this agency, we do not have any budget requests from Agency Fund 446, the Wyoming Tourism Reserve and Project account, you can find the revenue fund history on page 29 for your reference. If there are no questions, Madam Chairwoman, this concludes our agency budget request for the Wyoming Office of Tourism. Thank you so much for all of you for your time and your consideration of this budget request. Thank you also for your questions. It helps us be better at how we respond through you, not only through this particular time together, but throughout the year. So those are always welcome. We do appreciate it. And we appreciate your support, past, present, and future. We've been fortunate, and it is a joy to work in the Office of Tourism. This is an industry where we get to show off Wyoming's finest to visitors from around the world. And we're very honored to be able to carry out this work. As a state agency, we remain committed to growing the impacts of the Wyoming's visitor economy and to expending the funds that are appropriated to our agency in the most efficient and effective way possible. And so we certainly would close with asking for your favorable approval of the governor's rec as we have presented, and we would stand for any additional questions that you may have.
Thank you, Director. Representative Larson, Walters?
Thank you, Madam Chair. On the Fund 446, the 20% of the 3%, is a year ago, and I've asked this in a reminder, the legislature directed some of that funding towards outdoor recreation. And if I'm not mistaken, that's an ongoing amount. Every year it goes into that account until the account reaches a certain amount. Is that why you have no direct requests out of that account for this biennium?
Director?
Madam Chairwoman and Representative Walters, we didn't have specific requests for one-time funds in this request. And so the Office of Tourism doesn't have anything here out of Fund 446. In the last budget session we asked for the 1.5 million for Welcome Center renovations, the 250,000 to go for the match for Worth at the University of Wyoming. And we also had mirror budget requests with state parks for $2 million to seed the Outdoor Recreation Office grant funding. Over time, the appropriations that have come out of the fund have been things that have come through committees through the legislature or other legislative initiatives. And so as you see on the column that says estimate 23-24 on page 29, the $3,750,000, that was what was approved in the budget, in the biennium budget that we're currently in when we were before you 2 years ago. The 2 million is other expenditures of the that was a 3,750,000. And then there was 2 million for interpretive and exhibits and wayfinding for the Capital Development Visitor Engagement Project. 2.5 million came out for the Shooting Sports Complex. And then the 6 million for the Outdoor Recreation and Tourism Trust Fund is an ongoing appropriation out of this account. Director Glenn would have to give you the specifics of what we've all been working through on the Outdoor Recreation and Tourism Trust Fund and where that is. But that's the money I think that you're referring to there is the 6 million would be ongoing per biennium. The account is averaging 12 million a biennium in revenue distributions, give or take. And so, and then Director Hibbard referred to the balance in that account as of January 1st. I think it was right at 7 million. Is that right, Director Hibbard? 7.2. Is that what you needed, Representative?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I think you illustrated the point. The account creates about 12 million a biennium, which is about 6 million a year. And the legislature has already said 6 million a year is going to the recreation account. I'm not worried about how their state parks is spending it. So I'm glad to see you recognize that there wasn't much funding available for you to take on additional one-time projects.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You are welcome, Madam Chairwoman, Representative Walters.
All right, committee, any final questions? I see Representative Newsom is here as part of kind of transitioning into this, but Representative Newsom, if you could come forward, just have a seat. We'll get you up near the table and we'll look for any final questions to tourism. Final questions to Director Schober? I want to get French. I don't know. Make some flair.
I've been called many names. Many names.
All right, seeing none. Welcome, Representative Newsom. It's good to see you. I know you want to talk to us about some celebrations coming up.
We do. Thank you, Madam Chairman. I appreciate it. And thank you, committee, for entertaining my request today. So on July 4th of 2026, our nation will commemorate its 250th anniversary. The journey toward a historic milestone is an opportunity to pause and reflect on our nation's past, honor the contributions of all Americans. On October 13th of 2023, the governor created by executive order the Wyoming Semi-Quincentennial, I'm only going to say that once, Planning Task Force, or as I like to call it, America's 250 Task Force. The executive order does not authorize the task force to expend or obligate funds unless those funds are specifically appropriated by the legislature in a future session. And that brings me to why I'm here today. Senator Schuler and I, as co-chairwomen of the Joint Recreation, Wildlife, and Cultural Resources Committee, are requesting funding for the Wyoming America's 250 Task Force. We would like to have $1 million from the Tourism Special Projects Fund, which was just discussed, and there is money in there, and that would be spent to do the work of the task force. We would also like $1 million in general funding because many of these projects will positively impact our communities as they go forward and our citizens. So there's a combination of impact on tourism and on our local citizens, and we would like to have that funding as well. So I emailed you all kind of this narrative and the members of the task force and the task force committee. So given the time constraints, I won't go through that. I just want to say that in the email, there is a typo. We are not requesting funding. We are requesting funding, and we hope you will find funds for us. The questions, as I've visited with several of you about the task force, the question has come up, well, how will this money be spent? From 1972 to 1976, the bicentennial projects, there were several proposed, and they ranged from a flamboyant 600-foot pyramid in the Red Desert, which was not funded. Oh, made of pulverized car bodies. That was not funded. I'm sad for those people near the Red Desert that didn't come around. But also there were the Indian Art and Cultural Center on the Wind River Reservation was funded. So the question, how will this money be spent? The Bicentennial Committee did a series of grants to communities. Communities would set up their own committees, and then they would ask for grant funding. Most of that funding was federal funding, and in inflation-adjusted dollars, there was about $9 million granted for the bicentennial to communities throughout the country. But as with a lot of federal funds, there needed to be a match to get those federal funds. So as we had our second meeting of the task force yesterday, and we are starting to explore the possibility of those federal funds and other funds that might be available granted to us, and then we could grant them out to communities. So what would be the parameters of those grant funds? It is my feeling, and I hope the feeling of the task force, that we would not fund fireworks. Communities need to fund their own fireworks. And we want the grant funds to have historic value to Wyoming, should invoke a festival theme or of hospitality, allow citizens to participate, enhance Wyoming's natural or man-made attractions, and should inform Wyomingites about Wyoming's history. And we want all of the projects to be physically completed by 2026. Some of the things that qualified in the bicentennial were oral history projects. These were done in Rock Springs and Newcastle and Dayton. Some historic building renovations in Torrington. They moved, I think, the Union Pacific Depot and made that a community center. There was an Expedition Island Pavilion in Green River created. And in my community, the reburial of Jeremiah Johnson at Old Trail Town. Robert Redford joined us for that reburial, which was kind of cool. And then there have been art installations and park and recreation renovations. And what I would ask communities to do is to look at projects that were done in 1976 for the bicentennial, and do those projects need an update or a refurbishment or an upgrade? And could the funds be spent to continue that legacy of those original projects that were done for the bicentennial? So that's kind of the end of my presentation, and I'd entertain any questions.
Thank you, Representative Newsom, and your participation on that Governor's Task Force. Questions for Representative Newsom? We like
I'll tell you what I
exposure.
almost said later.
Any comments from the Office of Tourism, since you're up at the table, about kind of this exciting event? No? Okay.
Madam Chairman, we're supportive.
Wonderful. All right.
So can I? Madam
Final
Chairman?
comments, yeah.
So have one other ask that does not relate to this. As we talked about the Outdoor Recreation Trust Fund, I would like you to consider a $20 million appropriation into the Outdoor Recreation Trust Fund so that we can start getting money out. The most important piece of that, as you all may know, is that we get the governance bill passed first. But if you could consider about 20 million to put into that fund. We have the 6 million coming in biannually from the Special Projects Tourism Fund, but that's going to take a long time to get to a funding that we can really make an impact on the state. So that's a second ask. Thank you.
I mean, you have another chance to make an ask. You can go bigger.
200 million would fully fund the Outdoor Recreation Trust Fund, and then I would not have to appear before you again ever, which might have benefit to all of us.
She starts with 1 million, then goes to 5, really? And then now we're at the 20 million ask. Oh.
Travel, Recreation, Wildlife, TRW Committee had an opportunity this summer to tour the Arboretum. And it was a remarkable place and is a remarkable place and certainly deserves our attention as a state. Important. Every ranch in this state has been touched by the work done at the Arboretum, and probably every community park, given the trees and the remarkable work that was done early on in our state's history to determine what plants and what trees could grow in this high desert environment. And I think that the Arboretum is a worthy project. The one thing that I did not say about the bicentennial projects is that Independence Rock State Park was the biggest of the bicentennial projects that was done. And as we look at these projects, possibly the Arboretum could fall into that big project fund. And maybe Deputy Director Nayland would have more information about that.
Representative Newsom, thank you. And just to kind of recap for those watching, Co-Chairman Nicholas had asked Representative Newsom to discuss the Arboretum. And the Arboretum is located here in Laramie County, right outside of Cheyenne. And so there's discussion about what to do with that asset as it relates to perhaps coming into state parks, or where it should be located and what to do with that historical piece of land that has provided seeds and trees all across this great state. So that's some history on the Arboretum, if that's the first time any of you have heard that term or word or what it is that we're talking about. Representative?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I think that what we need to look at with the Arboretum is the total funding package, that we don't want to do it piecemeal, that would be a great disservice to that particular project. That it is a big project and it is worth doing.
All right, with that, before we go on our rabbit trails, we'll go ahead and any questions on the 250th anniversary celebration, Governor's Task Force? All right, seeing none. Thank you, Representative Newsom, for being here. Thank you, Office of Tourism. Thank you, all the members of the board and supportive of the tourism industry, for being here today. We thank you for your time. All right, we'll give a minute for the room to kind of clear out. It's always hard to talk over all of the hustle and bustle, so we'll just take a couple minutes here to stretch your legs. Don't leave. All right, so committee members of the public, here's what I think we're gonna do. We really only have one other agency scheduled for today, Office of State Parks. But we will take a 30-minute lunch break and just head downstairs and grab some food and come back up and hear from them at about 1:15. And we'll work through the Office of State Parks budget and then work through that House bill if so inclined. And then there might be some other information that comes out of the State Parks budget presentation that we'll hear from our House friends. But we're likely to get done pretty early today. We will not be inviting any other agencies to come back to testify today. So those that are on the agenda later this week that are wondering if they're going to get a call to rush in this afternoon, that is not on the agenda. So with that, committee, we will take our lunch break and return at about 1:15.